cancer and get screened at pfizerforall.com/screenings.
Hey, sports fans, the ESPN app has all of ESPN all in one place. The ESPN app is your home to thousands of live events, ESPN shows, and originals across every ESPN network in service. And now you can check if you already have ESPN Unlimited as part of your TV package for no additional cost. Visit activate.espn.com to learn how to access your account or sign up, then start streaming in the ESPN app. It's all of ESPN all in one place. Sign up or activate now.
When Milwaukee families need help, the United Way is there, reducing barriers to employment, providing transportation, safe and stable homes, and more for over 192,000 people.
And this month, CUNIS is proud to stand beside them. Hi, I'm Bill Eater with CUNIS of Milwaukee.
And I am Tony Avery with the United Way of Greater Milwaukee and Waukesha County. During the CUNIS Drives Milwaukee 1000 event, they're donating $100 to the United Way for every vehicle sold.
Our goal this month is simple: 1,000 vehicles across 3 CUNIS Milwaukee dealerships.
For a $100,000 donation to the United Way of Greater Milwaukee and Waukesha County.
To help us reach our goal, you'll find incredible deals on all new and pre-owned vehicles at our 3 locations in Greenfield, Oak Creek, and Hope Chevrolet on West Metro Auto Mall.
Be a part of driving Milwaukee forward at the CUNIS Drives Milwaukee 1000 event.
Start your search today at CUNISMKE.com. That's CUNISMKE.com.
Homer here for Window Nation. Spring is a great time to open your windows, and wait, your windows won't open? They leak or crack or need repairing? Again? During Window Nation's The More You Buy, The More You Save sale, you could save up to 50% off, plus you could get 0 interest for 5 years. And as a proud partner of the Milwaukee Brewers, ask how you could score a pair of Brewers tickets. During uncertain times, one of the best investments you can make is your home. Visit windownation.com now to book a consultation.
The Island Resort and Casino welcomes you to another unforgettable golf season at Sweetgrass and Sage Run. Beginning in July, stay and play guests can preview the brand new 9-hole Cedar course, inspired by the golden age of golf. At the Island, your golf trip becomes a full resort experience with relaxing spa treatments and exceptional dining to thrilling casino action. Courses open May 1st. Plan your golf adventure today at islandresortgolf.com.
We are the home of green and gold off-season coverage. 94.5 ESPN, WKTI, and WKTI HD Milwaukee. A locally owned Good Karma brand station. The clock is ticking. Front offices are scrambling. Fans are pacing. And every pick, it changes everything.
With the 78th pick,
with the 45th pick,
the 26th pick, in the 2023, in the 2020,
in the 2024 NFL Draft,
the Green Bay Packers,
the Green Bay Packers,
the Green Bay Packers,
the Green Bay Packers,
select
Jordan Love,
Tucker Kraft,
Edgerrin Cooper, linebacker,
quarterback,
tight end, South Dakota State.
This is ESPN Wisconsin draft coverage.
With the 52nd pick, with the 77th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Green Bay Packers select Brandon Cece, Chris McClellan, defensive back, defensive tackle, South Carolina, Missouri.
Now broadcasting live from the Gruber Law Office's One Call That's All studio at the Avenue in downtown Milwaukee. Here's Alex Strouf and Josh DiMaggio.
Away we go on day 3 NFL draft covers on ESPN Wisconsin. The Mr. Relevant crew with you. Alex Strouf, Josh DiMaggio, Will Sommers until 3 o'clock this afternoon as we ride out the remainder of the 2026 NFL draft. The Packers with 5 picks remaining today after trading up, losing their worst positioned 5th round pick to trade up to draft Chris McClellan, the defensive tackle out of Missouri yesterday. Brandon Cece, the quarterback from South Carolina and Green Bay. I'm pretty fired up about that pick after sleeping on it. Fellas, good to see you. Happy Saturday. What's up, Joshy?
Good morning, Strouf.
You're not on my energy level yet.
I was confused. I was caught off guard. I did not hear the entirety of your program yesterday. I thought you would have been bought in on the Cece pick instantly. It fills the cornerback need, which you've been harping on, I don't know.
Since last year?
Yeah, I was going to say since last draft. He's a guy who I thought, as soon as you start looking at the way people have talked about him, guys like Richard Sherman, he has a relationship with some of the other better D-backs. Stephon Gilmore is like his mentor. I thought you would be all in instantly. So you saying you had to sleep on it has me a little confused.
No, I think it's elevated the hype.
Oh.
So I was excited. And to your point, I've been probably annoying with how much I've been harping on the lack of cornerback depth that this team has had both last year and now into this season. So it was the number one need for me. I was really happy to see them address it with pick number 52 in last night's second round. I got to be honest, though, I didn't do a ton of homework on Cece ahead of time.
No.
So it was a name I knew that a lot of people liked. I knew it was he's a physical guy. He has like great speed. I think it was like a 4.39 or a 4.40 at South Carolina's pro day, but I didn't know a ton about him. So crunched a little film last night. Pat on the back to me. He looks sweet. And look, the draft spectacle has evolved so much in the last 20 years. To the point where it is just like this full-blown Broadway production over the course of 3 days. But there are moments that you like never forget or you won't forget for a long time. And I think seeing just how emotional Brandon Cece was to realize his lifelong dream of getting drafted in the NFL is one of those awesome moments where you go, I'm really happy that guy got drafted to Green Bay. It seems like he's a great dude. And to see him get as emotional as he did was really neat.
Aside from the physical factors, the speed, the length, the ability to recover, all the actual scouting stuff, I've heard or seen many people discuss the thing that we've heard both Brian Gutekunst and Matt LaFleur harp on, is he loves football. He's a football junkie, which is something they clearly have sought out as interest and something they want more of on the roster. I don't know if that means there was guys like that in the past who they thought weren't that, or if they think it's a problem that's increasing with younger players coming into the league. And speaking of young, he also fits the characteristics they love of a true junior entering the NFL. I believe he's only 21 years. 20? Yes. So 20 years old. That is, the Packers love that. I've seen him described as ascendant. He's improved each year in well, I was going to call it professional, of semi-professional football, of which college has become. So I believe they think his best days are still ahead of him, and he's going to continue to grow and get better, which is all the sort of things the Packers specifically look for. I've also seen that there was some talk about him. Dane Brugler from The Athletic had him at 25th overall at one point in the process and has dropped down to that. But many people think he could play up to the level of a first-rounder, which is exactly what a team without a first-round pick is looking for and trying to achieve at pick 52.
Yeah, I mean, I love all those things. And, yeah, the age thing. He'll turn 21 in July.
Yeah.
So his first couple
if you remember, Kenny Clark was super young. Brian Bulaga, the youngest player. It might have been changed since then.
It has not been Mirokan. We researched this on Thursday night.
Nice.
He's the youngest player to start a Super Bowl.
Yes, that is a thing. I think like Kenny Clark was like 19 when he got traded. Yeah. So the Packers are always looking for, and they strayed from that a bit, especially with guys like Devontae Wyatt and Quay Walker, who were a little bit older. They really like that area. So it feels like the Packers are kind of going back to what they've known and what has been the best for them when they stick to their guns in the draft.
Yeah. So Cece, 20 years old, he was the second round pick. They addressed that cornerback need. With 5 picks remaining today, Joshy, do you think they are done addressing cornerback, or do you think we could see another one come off the board today?
I do not think they're done addressing cornerback. I think they want even more competition. I am interested in Brian Gutekunst implying in his presser yesterday after the picks happened that they were trying to get up back into the third. So there could be some fireworks early for us today. That could be interesting, because that would tell you they have a guy that they view better than a 4th round pick or a 3rd round pick, and they think he's still out there, that they can go up and get him. Now, they already traded a pick to move up for McClellan yesterday. Only a few picks. It wasn't super costly, but it would be sort of out of character for the Green Bay Packers to continue to move up and try and go up in the draft. But it's clear they view, I mean, they've said the board fell the way they like. They like who's left. They liked the way players were getting picked. So that's all good news for, if you have conviction on the guy, I'm all for going out and getting him.
I'm right there with you. And Gutekunst already has shown he's not afraid of that. I said earlier yesterday I wouldn't be shocked if he goes and adds picks, but it's not looking like that's going to be the case today.
Yeah,
he's down to 7, which I think would be the least he's ever had during his tenure as a general manager.
There's certainly enough time to go back in the draft.
Sure. And we've seen the Bills do it 100 times. Yes. They just did it again, trading the first pick of the 4th round to the Raiders.
How many trades have they?
They have made 5 trades total, 4 of them in which they've moved back, I believe. It might be 6 and 5 they've moved back.
Interesting. I think every draft is different, and every front office views it differently. So if the Packers think there's guys that still have value, well, there's other guys saying other teams saying we want to go back, we want to acquire more picks, we want to get more picks in next year's draft, which the Packers have 11 in currently. That makes sense for what the Packers are looking for. And if you add 3 players that you think are going to instantly contribute in some form or fashion, that's a big win.
Yeah, Cese's one where I think he's going to immediately contribute.
Yes.
And both because of just sheer need, right? They don't have bodies in that room, so he'll at least be a rotational piece, if not a full-blown starter come week 1, depending on what they roll out in their base defense for the new defensive coordinator, Jonathan Gannon. But defensive line is, of course, a necessity in this base defense. And they go out and get a defensive tackle in round number 2 with McClellan out of Missouri. Big body. John Anderson was at a social event last night, is the way he described it to me. But I got a text from him. I got 2 texts from him. Let me read the 2 texts from him. So I texted him immediately when the pick said through, and I said, hey, can you call in? And this was before he was also texting me when I was texting him. He said just the word baller. Then he responded, said, cannot. I'm in the middle of a social function. And then he sent me a song, Joshy, from the well-known artist, Big Twist and the Mellow Fellows, titled 300 Pounds of Heavenly Joy. And he just said, analysis. And, of course, our buddy John Anderson, who spent 25 years on Sports Center.
That's good work for being in a social event.
300 pounds of heavenly joy. John Anderson now, of course, teaching journalism and doing all sorts of great stuff at his alma mater, the University of Missouri. Will Sommers is with us, our producer today, until 3 o'clock on ESPN Wisconsin Draft Day, Night, Extravaganza, the Mr. Irrelevant Draft Takeover, whatever we want to call the show.
Draft Brunch.
Oh, that's not bad, actually.
I love brunch.
I also love brunch. Will, how are we doing? You're a Bears fan. I do want to get to the Bears picks at some point this hour, but just in general, how are you today?
I'm doing good. I'm closely monitoring the draft to get any audio up because I know both of your guys' projections for the Packers are still available. Any comments on that?
That is correct. Yeah, the Malik Muhammad, the corner out of Texas for me, and Dennis Sutton,
yes,
edge rusher from Penn State, is Josh's guy. Real quick, though, do want to break it with the first draft pick of the 4th round. The Raiders did move up with Buffalo, and they took what everybody views as the best available player.
Yep.
It's just he's got some knee issues. Many have him as a top 20 prospect in this draft. It's the cornerback out of Tennessee, Jermod McCoy, who tore his ACL last January of 2025. Hasn't played since, but has all the physical tools, is absolutely gifted, but there's concerns about his knee.
Yeah.
Does he need another surgery? Is he going to be able to play ever again is kind of the concern. He falls all the way to round 4, the first pick of round 4, but there he goes. Many projected him as a first-round pick.
Charles Robinson from Yahoo said that there are some teams that have him completely off their board, and some teams thought they would take the risk in day 3 of the draft, which we just saw happen there. The book on him is, he could have been the best cornerback in this draft, but there is fear that one more injury could effectively end his career in football. So for the first round, I can understand taking a shot on that, especially for a team like the Raiders.
And I don't know if Buffalo just moved back up or if the Raiders just moved up one spot to draft him, but Buffalo on the clock and their pick is in at pick number 102. I like that day 2, the first of the rounds, ends at 100 flat. It's very easy math for me to keep track of, and you guys know math is not my thing, so this is good. The Packers will have pick 20, at least as it stands in this round, so pick 120, right? Yeah, 120. Is the math right? Because pick 101 was the first. Yeah, pick 120. Okay, final answer. They will have pick 120 in this round. I'm not looking at it. I probably should be later this round, but we are flying by on day 3, hopefully, so as the Bills go offensive line here at pick 102. Keeping an eye on all things green and gold, keeping an eye on if they could move up, if they could move back. 5 picks scheduled for this third day for Green Bay. One pick each in the 4th, 5th, and 6th round, and 2 picks in the 7th. Pick number 20 and 39 in the 7th round belong to Green Bay. So we will see what they add to their already defensive first draft mentality through the first 2 days. Cornerback and defensive tackle are where the Packers have gone. What is the absolute necessity for you today? It's got to be offensive line, I would imagine.
Yeah, I would prefer another edge rusher. I could make a case for another defensive lineman, maybe a sort of hybrid, and then offensive line. I think there is just an absolute necessity for depth at that position and more options. The Packers are thin in guys that they're confident in or have any sort of idea of what to get behind Darian Kinnard. They've got the starters, Kinnard, and then a bunch of question marks. Guys who have played, if any, actual offensive snaps, they've played like sparingly. So that's sort of the situation we're in there. So I just think adding bodies to that and getting more guys you can feel confident in, hope will at least be able to fill in, because offensive lines never stay fully healthy.
Yeah, speaking with Brian Bulaga on Thursday night during our first round coverage, he is pretty skeptical of where this offensive line is at. And he said the fact that there is no full-blown competition on paper right now is concerning.
Yes.
Right? Because at this time last year, we knew Jordan Morgan and Rasheed Walker were going to compete for the left tackle spot.
Mm-hmm.
We knew that was going to happen.
Mm-hmm.
And then they drafted Anthony Belton in the 2nd round. So you said, okay, maybe he'll compete somewhere.
Yeah.
As it stands right now, I view 0 competitions. Darian Kinnard's your 6th, but he's not competing for a top 5 spot.
Nope.
And maybe they'll say that, come training camp time. But I don't anticipate any sort of competition as it stands right now. Now, could that change if the Packers here in round 4 draft a guard, an interior lineman? I think so.
Yeah, as I say, the only positions really available for that would be right guard and left tackle. You feel pretty confident that Jordan Morgan's going to get every opportunity. Anthony Belton, there's certainly less
I feel similarly about, though.
What?
That he's going to get every opportunity. It's a 1st and 2nd round pick. You want those guys to play.
Correct, but your spot's not necessarily written for you,
Sure.
and we don't know Zach Tom's status. So do they feel like there's a potential Anthony Belton could play right tackle for them, and then they're looking at a guy at guard, and then they have a competition there? I don't know.
Yeah.
Until we know Zach Tom's status, when he'll be back, and how healthy he'll be throughout training camp, there's a lot of question marks there. Certainly, the guy you paid in free agency, Sean Ryan, is going to have every ability to win that job, and we certainly expect him to beat out Jacob Monk, who was, quite frankly, in limited snaps, a disaster. And then Aaron Banks has gotten like $50 million from the Packers. He ain't going anywhere. You're not paying that guy $50 million over the course of 2 seasons to sit on the bench or be your top option off the bench. That's a full-fledged starter there.
We've got a fun show planned for you. Jason Wilde will join us throughout. Justice Mosqueda of Acme Packing Company will join us at some point this morning / afternoon / this brunch period I think we've landed on. The ESPN Wisconsin Brunch Day?
Yeah.
No, ESPN Wisconsin Draft Brunch.
Let me think about it.
It's a working title.
Yeah.
I don't like
the
it.
Mr. Irrelevant
As you
crew
know,
is with
I come up with my best phrases and jokes like I did yesterday after. Yeah.
15 minutes after the show ends?
Yep. Yeah.
All right, so we'll know the name of the show about 3:15 this afternoon, is what you're saying.
No. Well, I'm going to start thinking about it now. So in like 15 minutes, I'll have it.
Okay, got it.
Can I just say, shout out to the 101 people currently watching us right now on a Saturday morning at 11 a.m.? That's true grinders. That's some Packer believers.
Packer believers, the MIA, as we call them, the Mr. Irrelevant Army, is out in full. For those of you that are joining us for the first time, Alex Strouf, Josh DiMaggio, Will Sommers with you. We do a little show called Mr. Irrelevant 3 times a week, Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, 12:30 Central. We stream it live on YouTube at ESPN Milwaukee and at ESPN Madison. And, of course, you can get the podcast wherever you get your podcast. Apple Podcast, Spotify, the ESPN Wisconsin app. We have a little bit of fun occasionally 3 times a week.
And shout out to everyone listening on the radio who's also on their way to brunch, I'm sure.
Brunch is on the menu today. Beautiful day outside. There's a Brewers game in Milwaukee later.
Is it beautiful?
It's dreary. It is less than beautiful.
Oh, I think it's beautiful. I'm wearing shorts.
It's dystopian.
Were you out dystopian? That seems a bit far.
Yeah,
I mean, it's pretty grim
It's
out
gray.
there.
It's a little gray,
Chilly.
but it's nice.
There's a nip in the air.
No, it's like 55 degrees.
That's a nip.
Oh, I'm wearing shorts.
Nah.
55 in April's beauty.
Hardo.
All right, let's go. We're going to take a break. When we come back, we will continue to take a look at the fourth round of the NFL Draft, recap what the Packers have done so far, and preview what's to come. That's all still ahead. It's ESPN Wisconsin Draft Brunch on ESPN Wisconsin.
More coming up next on ESPN Wisconsin Draft Week.
May is Skilled Trades Month, a time to celebrate the hands-on careers that keep our industries and our communities moving forward. At Junior Achievement, students are discovering that today's skilled trades include technology, robotics, and smart manufacturing. With support from Rockwell Automation, students are exploring how advanced manufacturing and automation will power the factories of the future. Thank you, Rockwell, for helping inspire the next generation of technicians, engineers, and innovators. Learn more at ja.org.
Hey, it's Kyle Wallace, and April is the perfect time to reset your home for the long run. And Universal Windows Direct makes that decision so easy. Right now, when you buy 2 windows, you get 2 free, and there's no limit. Plus, you'll get 24 months with no payments and no interest. They're also offering a $500 bonus off your next home improvement project. Call 414-410-2000 or visit universalwindowsdirect.com to schedule your free in-home estimate today. And like me, you'll be saying, I love my windows.
Why DIY your frozen pizza toppings when Screamin' Sicilian already went over the top for you? We're talking whole milk mozzarella, heaps of premium meats, a mountain of veggies. Screamin' Sicilian is frozen pizza stacked, no add-ons needed.
Mamma mia!
Screamin' Sicilian, so loaded with toppings, it's almost cheating. Find Screamin' Sicilian in your local grocer's freezer section and taste what all the screamin' is about. Let's talk about Home Turf. Your lawn is a reflection of your pride, hard work, and even competitive spirit. If you want a yard that makes the neighbors stop and stare, you need the right plan. That's where Weedman Lawn Care comes in. Weedman's lawn care program is kid and pet friendly, uses golf course quality fertilizer, and has an effective weed treatment to dominate any issue. Get a free quote of Weedman's winning formula for your yard at weedman.com and get 50% off your first treatment. That's weedman.com. Weedman for the win.
Life's better with Drive My Way from American Family Insurance because we know it's more than just a car. It's your escape pod, your adventure mobile, your memory maker. And we help protect the dreams that drive you. Personalize what you pay for auto insurance and you could save between 10 and 35%. American Family Insurance. Get a quote and find an agent at amfam.com.
Products, pricing, and availability vary based on the way you purchase insurance and by state. Unsafe driving behaviors may increase your rate. American Family Mutual Insurance Company, SI, and its operating companies, 6000 American Parkway, Madison, Wisconsin.
Hi, it's John Reeds from Great Midwest Bank. And while buying a home is a big deal, it certainly doesn't have to be and shouldn't be a stressful experience. At Great Midwest Bank, we combine competitive rates, fast pre-approvals, and honest advice from knowledgeable loan officers to help you every step of the way through your home buying or building journey. For 90 years, our customers have been part of the GMB family. Experience a state of tranquility at GreatMidwestBank.com. Great Midwest Bank, your simply local equal housing lender.
One of the most important concepts in sports is don't drop the ball. Are you dropping the ball with your estate plan? When was it last updated? Have you even done one at all? It's ESPN Wisconsin's Jason Wilde for Walney Legal Group. There's a lot at stake for you and your family when it comes to wills, trusts, probate, and elder planning. At Walney Legal, that's all they do. Tailored documents. No confusing legal jargon. Just thoughtful guidance. Do the blocking and tackling to protect your family. Start a conversation today at walneylegal.com.
Feels like the world is a little broken lately. Maybe all we need is a fix. Most spirits are acidic. Fix Vodka is different. Fix Vodka is the world's first high alkaline, acid-free vodka. Handcrafted with natural spring water and select grain. Clean, smooth, done right. Better water, better vodka. Get your local fix.
Fix Vodka.
Enjoy responsibly.
Now see your favorite 94.5 ESPN shows streaming on video. Subscribe to ESPN Milwaukee on YouTube and get notified when we hit the air live. Plus, you can watch back any second that you miss. Watch, listen, interact. ESPN Milwaukee on YouTube. You're listening to ESPN Wisconsin Draft Week on ESPN Wisconsin and the ESPN Wisconsin app.
ESPN Wisconsin Draft Brunch continues. Alex Strouf, Josh DiMaggio, Will Sommers, the Mr. Irrelevant crew with you until 3 o'clock this afternoon across ESPN Wisconsin and ESPN Wisconsin on YouTube and, of course, the ESPN Wisconsin app. Jason Wilde's going to join us probably in about 25 minutes or so, about 11:45 this morning to break down everything the Packers did yesterday. And the nice part about day 3 of the draft is this puppy flies. This puppy moves pretty quick. So we are awaiting the Packers at pick 120, which we've already got pick 105 in. So that's great. That's great. We await the Packers' 4th round pick. They have a 4th round pick, a 5th round pick, a 6th round pick, 2 7th round picks coming up today. So we will await that here later. But the Packers have already addressed the cornerback need, which all of us have harped on. And to address that need at pick 52 and they're always going to say, Josh, which this kind of bothers me, but I get it. It's the best available player, but you have to bake in need sometimes. And I find it hard to believe that Brandon Cece was both the best available player and the best available cornerback. But maybe I'm just projecting on that.
I think there's certainly a potential of the case. As I said, some people had him as a fringe first-round pick. He was being drafted in the latter half of the 2nd round. But oftentimes what ends up happening, and Goody has said as much, you try and avoid having needs rise players up your board, and you try and just go strictly based off of grades and evaluation. But there's certainly times where you can view it as we absolutely need somebody here, and we need somebody we think can be a multi-year starter and sort of elevate the position as a whole. And I've seen Goody in the past reach for guys who fill needs. I've also seen him reach for guys who you didn't think filled the need at all. So it's sort of hard to gauge exactly what goes through their minds and determines who should be where and how they get ranked where they do.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, every team's process is different, right?
Yeah.
The Bears have UDFAs on their board in the 3rd round. That's just how it goes.
I mean, the Packers have done similar. Josiah DeGuara, Amari Rodgers. Now, they might have had more than a UDFA grade, but it wasn't a whole lot more.
Did you need to bring up both of those names?
I mean, those are 2 picks.
Did they both run 4.2s?
They did not run 4.28s. Okay. Those are 2 picks that everybody saw them come off the board and went, well, that seems like a strange time to take that player. The Jacksonville Jaguars took a blocking tight end in the 2nd round yesterday. As long as your team avoids that sort of distinction, I feel pretty happy with whoever you end up at.
Yeah, we'll take a look at the division quick. So Chicago, I do want to start with because we have Will here, who is a Bears fan. Unfortunately, we still like him though. He's not one of the loud, obnoxious Bears fans.
Which he can be.
I will actually give him credit. Even after the playoff win, he wasn't that much of a jerk.
Yeah, he was more just trolling you to the end of time.
But I was already irritated.
I play the long game.
Yeah,
I don't act out irrationally.
Well, you don't act out. I don't know if we need to add the word irrationally. You're often irrational, aren't we all? That's sports.
I don't. Not to my football team.
Okay, so let's go through the Bears. They've made 4 picks. Dylan Thieneman, the safety out of Oregon, was their 1st round pick. Hard to hate on that one.
Yeah.
Many viewed him as either the best or the 2nd best safety in the draft.
Correct.
And was the Big Ten safety of the year, had a really good year at Oregon. Played at Purdue previously. As much as I want to sit here and laugh at Bears picks, which I will do in a moment.
Yep.
That's a really good pick. I think.
He was mocked a lot to the Vikings, which I believe was the pick ahead of the Bears, or maybe a couple ahead. No, actually, a few ahead. But he was viewed as sort of a Harrison Smith replacement, and if that's the type of player the Bears get in the 1st round, that's plenty good.
Yep. Well, happy with that pick?
Love it.
Pick 2, which was pick 57 in the draft, was Logan Jones, the center of Iowa. Another good pick.
Yeah,
he was really good at Iowa.
Best center in the draft.
But it's pick 57, which, of course, for the first time this year is sponsored by Heinz, being that the draft is in Pittsburgh. And pick 57 gets the luxury of a lifetime supply of ketchup. Logan Jones was not aware of the promotion when he did his post-draft interview with Chicago media. Jones said to the Chicago media that he had no idea and finished his quote with, let's go ketchup, which I don't think any Chicago resident has ever said.
He was pumped about the ketchup. It is very ironic though that
the city that hates ketchup,
right?
Well, on their hot dogs specifically.
Yeah, the city that hates ketchup ends up with the pick that ironically is the sponsored by Heinz, and the winner whatever gets the free ketchup for life. Or is it for life or
it's a lifetime supply?
What other
so ironic?
What other corporate numbers could sell picks? The first one that comes to mind is 409. There's not 409 draft picks.
What's 409?
I believe it's a cleaning solution.
Okay, got it. Shows you how much I clean. I was going to go to 420, but that doesn't exist.
It's also not a corporate number associated with any brand.
Sure, but brands could associate themselves with that number, if you know what I'm saying.
53.
Okay, what's that?
Fifth Third.
Fifth Third Bank. Okay, good.
Yeah.
Good work there.
That's one after the Packers. It almost worked out perfectly this year. I might have to think about that a little bit harder.
Yeah. In the chat, hit up the Carbos Talking text line. Let us know. There's got to be somewhere. Like, what is A1 steak sauce? Does that have a number?
1.
Does it?
That's got to be Mendoza.
A1. Yeah, Mendoza gets the A1.
Well, first in the alphabet?
I was thinking because, Heinz has the 57 on it. It's not part of.
Well, there is Heinz 57 and there's Heinz ketchup. I don't know why they gave ketchup rather than 57 because a lot of people don't use 57. Anyway, that's a story for another day. Lifetime supply of ketchup. Let's go ketchup. Logan Jones, the second round pick to the Bears. 2 third round picks. They picked a tight end, which I didn't understand at all because they have Colston Loveland and Cole Kmet. And then they picked picked 25 in the third round. They picked wide receiver Xavier Thomas, who, according to ESPN, was the 222nd overall prospect in this draft. And they drafted him in the third round.
I mean, I know laughing at Bears picks hasn't really gone too well for you. So I don't know if I would do that if I were you. This is a Ben Johnson pick. Ben Johnson's the offensive GM. It's why he picked Colston Loveland over Tyler Warren last year. Look how that worked out. I'm going to trust whatever he does. The tight end, I have a theory on that. The wide receiver, I think Ben's just going to gadget the hell out of this guy, make him a beast. Can't teach speed, which is what he has. You can teach him anything else. But I think, maybe Cole Kmet might be on the Eddie Lacy diet. He might be going to left tackle. He might be a Taylor Decker.
The Eddie Lacy diet.
They roll out the eligible offensive lineman receiver. That might be Cole Kmet next year.
What are you guys going to do about rushing the passer? Just punt on it?
Yeah, I think we punted on it. I think we're just going to get into shootouts. We're just going to try to win shootouts. That's why we got speed. We got some defensive backs, so maybe some interceptions, but not a lot of pressure, which has been the harrowing issue of the Chicago Bears defense.
They drafted a Swervin Irvin in the third round.
Yeah.
A faster Swervin Irvin.
So I actually really liked Swervin Irvin.
Yeah.
So please be kind.
He wasn't a third round pick.
That's true.
He's also a distant relative of Walter Payton, so he's probably the next Walter Payton.
Yeah, gotcha.
Are you making that up?
No, he actually is.
Oh, I didn't see that.
Yeah.
Oh, wow, fascinating. Okay, very good.
Maybe if you knew that, you wouldn't have disrespected the pick so much.
I'm still going to disrespect. They could have drafted him in the 7th round, Will.
You know who their 7th round pick last year was?
Kyle Manungai.
Yeah.
Manungai.
Good at late round.
That was a good pick. That was a good pick. All right, so those are the Bears picks right now. Your reaction coming in on some of the ideas for numbered sponsored picks. Chris at MKE chimes in with pick 20 for MD 2020.
And now we're talking.
Can't drink that anymore. Ryan Wollersheim, our buddy, the producer, Jim, Matt, and Molly, 4 to 6, ESPN Madison chimes in with Phillips 66 gas stations, lifetime gas.
Now we're talking.
I don't know if that works in today's economy, but certainly a great idea.
Yeah. I don't know if you get free gas, but maybe, an endorsement of types.
So very good on that one. And on the Carbos Target text line, 800-990-3776. Phone line's open. Text line open if you want to get in that way. Rich Pecker and Spread Eagle chimes in, says, fun to have the irrelevant crew on the air. Thank you, Rich Pecker. Good to have you listening.
I think that's his government name.
No. Think about it.
Oh, yeah, that's his government name. I've met him. I've met Rich, yeah. Rich is a real guy. Lives way up north in Spread Eagle.
Richard?
Yeah, his real name's Richard, but he goes by Rich.
And his last name?
Pecker. I've met him. He's a real person. Guys, be nice. He's a longtime fan of our station. Dusty in Partyville, the Mr. Irrelevant Texas correspondent, chimes in. Listening on the stream from Austin, Texas. Go, Pack, go. Appreciate you listening as always, Dusty. 49ers on the pick is in, actually being made. by the International Fan of the Year from Germany. Pick 107, so the Packers about 13 slots away from making their fourth-round selection. We'd like to see them go offensive line here, Josh. And then I think you can start double-dipping. Corner, defensive line, offensive line.
You're saying you have a pick already. You want it to be offensive line right now.
I want it to be offensive line in the fourth round. Use that fifth, sixth.
With the Packers' history of drafting good players at offensive line throughout the every round, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh, there's guys that you can point to have been starters. Some of them even All-Pro good, Pro Bowl good. I'm not super worried about that. I still think there's room here for an edge rusher. I still think there's room for another corner. Like, if you don't think that Keyshawn Nixon is going to be getting an extension and you're not sold on Carrington Valentine learning how to tackle in the coming months, there's two guys there that in a year or two might just be starting on opposite ends of each other. And that's important. I do think we want more pass rushers on the defensive side. I don't think Lucas Van Ness is long for the Green Bay Packers with his lack of production. So I do think there are certain places where you could fill needs for the future while also improving the team today and having a better team, because Micah Parsons likely isn't playing the first 4 games.
Yeah.
And Barron Sorrell / Colin Oliver and Lucas Van Ness as your pass rush is not going to get the job done.
Yeah, that's fair. And to your point, I'm just going to go through some of the notable day 3 offensive lineman picks that Goody has made in 2020. John Runyon Jr. was a 6th-round pick. In 2021, Royce Newman, a 4th-round pick. Cole Van Lanen, who didn't work out in Green Bay, but just got a big contract in Jacksonville, was a 6th-round pick to Wisconsin alum, Bayport High School up in Green Bay. Round 4 in 2022, Zach Tom.
Yep.
Round 7 in 2022, Rasheed Walker. Right? So 2022, a big one for them. So just some notable day 3 offensive lineman picks that the Packers have made through the years. Could we see another today? Because they could certainly use some competition.
What was David Bakhtiari? Was he a 4th-round pick, 3rd-round pick?
I think he was a 3rd, and that was of course, that was a Ted Thompson pick. Give me 1 second to pull that up.
I just think there's something.
He's a 4th-round pick.
Yep.
In 2013.
There's something in Green Bay with their scouting and their front office evaluation that makes it pretty clear. Mark Tauscher.
That 2013 draft is funny to look at.
Yeah.
1st-round pick, Dayton Jones.
Yep, tough one.
2nd-round pick, Eddie Lacy.
He was a good pick. I think Eddie had some personal things going on.
Eddie had a great rookie season.
Yes.
So, like one of the all-time great running back seasons in Packers history in his rookie year, and then it kind of was downhill from there. Didn't have a 3rd-round pick. 4th-round pick, David Bakhtiari. 4th-round pick, J.C. Treader, who's now the very loved president of the...
he was very good until his post-playing career.
Correct. 4th-round pick, Jonathan Franklin, and that was an unfortunate pick.
Yes, that was injury-related.
Had an early neck injury, moved into a player personnel role with the Packers. Yep. I ended up doing a sit-down interview with him shortly after his playing career.
Okay.
What a wonderful guy.
Yeah, I would bet.
I don't know what he's up to now. I don't believe he's with the organization anymore, but brutal. And that was a pick I was really excited about because he had a great college career. Then it gets a little bit better. 5th-round pick, Micah Hyde.
Yep.
5th-round pick, I don't even know who this is. Josh Boyd, defensive end. 6th-round pick, a linebacker, Nate Palmer.
Yeah, these are all guys.
7th-round pick, wide receiver, Charles Johnson. 7th pick, wide receiver, Kevin Dorsey. And the final pick in that draft actually worked out for them all right. For like 4 seasons was linebacker Sam Barrington.
Yeah,
who played a decent role in that Packers defense.
Special teamer / also had to start in some spots and.
But overall, not a great draft back in 2013. No. But anyway, in terms of offensive line and why I would like to see them maybe take a swing here in the 4th round, if not the 5th, is they haven't done well in offensive line since 2022. Zach Tom and Rasheed Walker, their last 2 great hits. I guess Anthony Belton last year you can view as a hit, at least as of now.
Yeah, and the Jordan Morgan is still unwritten.
It's true. Jordan Morgan was a 1st-round pick in 24.
If Jordan Morgan ends up being a top-end starter, a top 10 left tackle in the NFL, then we have to just sort of dismiss all that. But
that's true.
We don't know.
It's kind of odd is the Packers had a bunch of picks in 23. They did not draft an offensive lineman in that draft. That was the Sean Clifford draft, the Anders Carlson draft.
Yeah.
No offensive lineman in that draft, which is interesting.
I bet they want that back.
Yeah, no doubt. At least a couple picks in that draft. They like the Jaden Reeds and Tucker Kraft picks in that draft. Let's dive into the Jaden Reed extension a little bit coming up next. We should also, before the top of the hour, have the Packers pick 120 in, and we will know where they go at pick number 120 as the Kansas City Chiefs just selected at pick 109 a cornerback out of Oregon, Jaden Reed. So we have about 10 picks to go until the Packers are back on the clock, and we will find out what they do with that fourth-round selection. It's the Mr. Irrelevant crew with you. Alex Strouf, Joshie DiMaggio, Will Sommers with you until 3 o'clock this afternoon as we talk all things NFL Draft, all things green and gold on ESPN Wisconsin Draft Brunch.
More coming up next on ESPN Wisconsin Draft Week.
Hey, it's Craig Karmzin. When I think about the most important moments of my life, being born, having a bar mitzvah, having a kid, none of them compare to getting my first basketball hoop. And I've done it multiple times with Precision Sports. They are the experts. They know ball, and they are the ones who can do it. So if you're going to make that life-changing, memorable decision, you're going to put up that hoop, you're going to put up that court, you're going to get the lines done, however you want to do it in the right way with the best. The way I did it, PrecisionSportsOnline.com for a free quote. That's Precision Sports Online, and your jumper is going to be as good as mine in no time.
No matter what business you're in, as the #1 SBA lender in Wisconsin, Summit Credit Union helps your vision take shape with loan programs, great rates, and strategic solutions.
Awarded the #1 SBA lender by the Small Business Administration of Wisconsin in 2025.
The pulse of the Milwaukee Bucks, straight from a Bucks legend.
Can't get it off. Marcus Johnson will, though. Can't leave him alone for a 12.
Tap into Here District with Marcus Johnson on Bucks Plus. Marcus and his son Chris offer a weekly beat on Bucks basketball. Get your questions answered and hear from the biggest names in basketball. Find Here District with Marcus Johnson at bucks.com/plus on the Bucks app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Hail damage? Siding Unlimited is here to help. We are not the storm chasers. That's important. Siding Unlimited doesn't chase storms. However, if the storm comes into our area like it just did, we're always available to help. Why is that important? Storm chasers skip town, leaving you with a roof with zero warranty. Siding Unlimited uses a roofing system that will get you a 50-year warranty on parts, pieces, and workmanship. Siding Unlimited will be there if you have a call down the road. Siding Unlimited is your local family partner on this project. We're here for you. Visit sidingunlimited.com today, but definitely stop by Siding Unlimited's open house on Saturday, April 25th from 9 to 1 p.m.
When you work smart, incredible things can happen. By joining Smart 18, the union for Wisconsin sheet metal workers, you'll open the door to a brighter future. You'll learn and earn more. Enjoy awesome benefits across the board. Build a great career and feel empowered and supported every step of the way. The smartest career decision you'll ever make starts with Smart 18. Find out more today at smart18info.com.
You've always been competitive at work, in the gym, even with your kids. But lately you feel off. Workouts take longer to recover from. Your drive just isn't there. You know, it might not be your age. It could be low testosterone. At Mentality, we'll get to the bottom of what's really going on and build a personalized plan using testosterone replacement and peptide therapies to help restore your energy, focus, and drive. Get back the energy to being dad again. Book your appointment with Mentality at lowtusa.com. Again, that's lowtusa.com.
$2.3 million. A recent Schwab survey of Americans says that it takes $2.3 million to be wealthy. Well, you may have had your financial plan set on a bigger or a more humble number. But if you're looking for added insights on how to get there or how to avoid some tax pitfalls on the way, Annex Wealth Management is ready to listen. Mark Tauscher here, and whether your situation is complex or simple, the Annex Wealth Management team can give you wealth expertise and guidance on reaching your goals. Annex Wealth Management. Know the difference.
The Island Resort and Casino welcomes you to another unforgettable golf season at Sweetgrass and Sage Run. Beginning in July, stay and play guests can preview the brand new 9-hole Cedar course, inspired by the golden age of golf. At the island, your golf trip becomes a full resort experience with relaxing spa treatments and exceptional dining to thrilling casino action. Courses open May 1st. Plan your golf adventure today at islandresortgolf.com.
1 in 10 young adults will experience a form of homelessness this year.
For over 50 years, Covenant House has been helping youth in crisis. To learn more, go to covenanthouse.org today.
This is ESPN Wisconsin Draft Week on ESPN Wisconsin and the ESPN Wisconsin app.
ESPN Wisconsin Draft Week continues. The Mr. Irrelevant Saturday edition. Alex Strouf, Josh DiMaggio, Will Sommers with you until 3 o'clock this afternoon on 100.5 ESPN Madison, 94.5 ESPN Milwaukee, 1430 ESPN Beaver Dam. The Jets just made pick number 110, and they have drafted a quarterback. It is Cade Klubnik of Clemson, who goes to New York, and the Jets. Are they going to be bad forever? The New York Jets?
Yes. It seems to be one of those things where it's just written in stone. They are forever doomed.
Yeah.
Sort of like the Mets. The Mets and the Jets.
Yeah. It's a New York thing.
Despair.
Who's worse, the Browns or the Jets?
The Browns made the playoffs with Joe Flacco.
Yes.
People forget.
The Jets had a period of success where they were in a couple AFC championships.
Yeah, John Anderson said it the other night. He goes, going to be a weird sentence to say, but they've been bad since Rex Ryan left.
Yes. Uh-huh.
The shake weight.
Yeah. Feet.
Veneers.
Wow. Okay, we're just saying words now. That's good.
Biggest teeth in
I do want to talk about draft buzzwords later.
Uh-huh.
So I hope you each prepared a list of your favorite draft buzzwords. Okay.
I did.
Thanks, Will. Thanks.
I used to be a baseball scout, so I kind of just got them lodged.
Great.
In my brain.
I'll
Didn't
go
even
top
need to
of
make
the
a
dome.
list.
But I do want to get to the Jaden Reed extension, as he is now tied to the team through 2029. The first domino of extensions to fall, and those are extensions we've talked a lot about on Mr. Relevant, Josh.
Yeah.
Is look, this is a weird year for the Packers, at least as it stands now. The 2026 season, they have a ton of guys in contract years in 2026, and a ton of important guys in contract years in 2026. It did include Jaden Reed, no longer includes Jaden Reed, but that also includes Christian Watson. It includes Tucker Kraft. It includes Devontae Wyatt. Like, there are some crucial pieces on this Packers team that are entering the final year of their contract, and I imagine that team wants to get it figured out prior to the season starting, especially with at least one receiver, which they now have, Tucker Kraft maybe, and so forth. But Jaden Reed being the first domino to fall in terms of a contract extension was surprising to me. What was your reaction?
I was surprised, too, because I thought Jaden Reed had a good chance of being the odd man out when it came to the Kraft, Watson, Reed triumvirate of guys who were due extensions, and you could make a case for them being big contributors into the future, into a Super Bowl run for the Packers. The first thing that stuck out to me was what a good deal the Packers got on Jaden Reed. I expected Jaden Reed to be more in the Wan'Dale Robinson of $70+ million with closer to $35 million guaranteed, just because the sheer numbers we've seen come out for wide receivers. Alec Pierce made nearly $30 million in the offseason. And Jaden Reed doesn't have the production of Wan'Dale Robinson, but I think when you look at talent and playmaking ability, Jaden Reed wins that running away. Wan'Dale Robinson was a beneficiary of hitting the open market and going to a place where he had some familiar faces that would want him there. So to get him at $20 million guaranteed, 50 total with an average annual value of 17 was frankly shocking, and I think a great move. Jaden Reed does get $20 million guaranteed for what I could say has been probably a frustrating start of his career, with some injuries taking him out and then not getting the ball probably to the extent everyone would hope and believe he's capable of. It does open up the possibility of now maybe the Packers will feature him more as a part of the offense. Gabe Neitzel has talked about it extensively. Justice Mosqueda has talked about it extensively. The Packers don't treat Jaden Reed like a starter, but if you're going to pay a guy, it certainly signals that guy's going to be a bigger part of your offense. So hopefully we can see him more. Hopefully we get to see him more, not just as a slot player, and they can use him in a bunch of different ways and allow him to be a playmaker, because that's what we've seen he's best at, is once the ball gets into his hands, there's anything that could happen. He can make big explosive plays out of that for a guy that doesn't have the big explosive body type or size. I had doubts that all three could come back. Now I think it's almost a guarantee. The one thing that I factor into the Jaden Reed thing is you certainly want Christian Watson back, and depending on when you feel comfortable offering him an extension, he could play so damn well this season that it's just simply too expensive.
Yeah.
The top end of wide receiver money right now is in the 40s. Alec Pierce, who has more accomplishments, or we can say more statistics, a good season for Christian Watson with his size and his speed and his ability could very easily go up and beyond a guy like Alec Pierce, and now we're talking $35 million for someone. So that'll be interesting to me. I think Tucker Kraft also gets done here in the near future. Maybe it's training camp, whatever it is.
Yeah.
I tab Tucker Kraft as sort of the priority.
I totally agree.
But I think the deal came together, and the Packers probably got a bite on the offer that they were giving Jaden Reed that made them go, well, if it's this easy, let's just get it done.
Yeah, I think CIC on YouTube at ESPN Milwaukee chimes in with an interesting point. I was not surprised. I knew they had to choose between Reed and Wicks, and once they traded Wicks, I figured Reed would get the extension, which is a really good point.
Yeah, I thought. See, the thing is, they're not really interchangeable in terms of talent
or skill set, but
you had to make some picks. You had to make your pick. Was it Romeo Doubs or was it going to be Christian Watson? Was it going to be Wicks? And they just match up in terms of when they were drafted and the value you found in those guys. The thing I wasn't convinced on is, do they view Jaden Reed as a guy that they want to pay money to that they don't feature in the offense? 40% of the offensive snaps is not wide receiver 1 or 2 money, frankly, or like the amount of play that gets. So I expect him to take on more of a load. And I was strictly looking at it from who are you going to pay? Who are you going to keep around? Who are you going to extend? And when are you going to start running out of money? Mm-hmm. But when it's a $17 million average annual value with only $20 guaranteed, you don't really care about.
Yeah,
money doesn't become much of a factor.
There's no other way to put it than this, Josh. That's a steal by the Packers.
Yes.
For what the ceiling is for a guy like Jaden Reed, who I love Jaden Reed.
Yeah.
I think he is just an awesome player and can be really awesome with Jordan Love in this Packers offense.
I mean, last year the guy was trying to play through a broken bone in his foot/ankle.
And then he wouldn't go away until he broke his collarbone on that sick catch that wasn't a catch.
Where he decided to heal both of them. But he was... without that, and that's the type of thing the Packers love, is guys who are all for the team. You know, the Packers are going to be smart as long as you can't hurt yourself more or for a more extended period of time. They let them make those decisions, and he was fully prepared to do that, and I thought he looked great to start the season.
Totally agree. Yeah, he played those first 2 games, looked really solid, and then missed extensive time. Still had a pretty solid season overall. I think he only played in 7 games last year, but he was the Packers' leading receiver his rookie season and second season. Yep. Hasn't cracked that 1,000-yard threshold, which nobody has since Devontae Adams departed Green Bay. But maybe this could be the year, whether that's Jaden Reed, whether that's Christian Watson, whether that's Tucker Kraft, or multiple of them. Feels like the Packers' offense is in a really good spot going forward, especially entering only year 2 of Matthew Golden on this Packers offense. So the Jaden Reed extension, I think me and Joshy both elated by it. But now we wonder what comes next for Green Bay. Is it Tucker Kraft? Is it Christian Watson? Or are they going to hold off until the season begins later this year? We will all find out together. Packers have pick 120, pick 20 in the 4th round, pick 120 overall. Coming up, pick 113 for the Indianapolis Colts is in. So we await to see what the Packers do with their 3rd pick in the NFL draft. They've gone cornerback. They've gone defensive tackle. What comes next? Edge rusher, offensive lineman, running back, tight end. Maybe something else we're not thinking of, or could it be a double dip at one of the positions they've already addressed? We will find that out in due time as we await the Packers' 4th round pick at pick 120. We're with you until 3 o'clock. It's ESPN Wisconsin Draft Brunch, Draft Week, Draft Extravaganza across ESPN Wisconsin.
We're back after this on ESPN Wisconsin Draft Week.
The Green Bay Packers select.
It's officially draft week, and ESPN Wisconsin is your home for everything you need to know.
If there are going to be teams that are interested in moving up to get a specific player, that feels to me to be exactly what Goody needs.
From the first pick to the final name called, we've got it all. Thursday to Saturday, live and local with wall-to-wall coverage. 94.5 ESPN, the ESPN Wisconsin app, or ESPN Milwaukee on YouTube.
Spring has arrived in the Geneva Lakes region, and there is no better place to welcome the season than the award-winning Lake Lawn Resort. Enjoy lakeside dining at 1878 on the lake, golf for all ages and abilities at Majestic Oaks, relaxing spa experiences at the award-winning Calidora Spa, and endless recreation opportunities along the resort's 2 miles of shoreline on beautiful Delavan Lake. Plan your spring getaway today at lakelawnresort.com and come find out for yourself why everything is better at the lake.
Planning a high-level event shouldn't feel overwhelming. I'm Tiara Gomez, founder of Events by Design. For over 25 years, we've helped companies turn complex, high-pressure events into seamless, unforgettable experiences. When trying to engage your team and pull off something meaningful, the details matter. From concept to execution, we design every event so it reflects your vision and delivers real impact. No missed moments, just refined experiences people will remember. Let's start designing today. Search online, Events by Design.
I'm Coach Greg Gard, and I've spent my career teaching young men the fundamentals of basketball: preparation, hard work, teamwork. But here's what else I've learned. Those fundamentals don't apply just to the court. They apply to life, and they apply to your finances. That's why I believe in Bank CMG. They're a community bank built on the same values, helping people prepare for the future, building wealth one smart decision at a time, and staying rooted right here in Wisconsin. Success doesn't happen by accident. It takes a game plan, it takes discipline, and it takes a partner who understands your goals. Whether you're saving for your family, buying a home, or planning for retirement, Bank CMG has your back. They're not just here to handle your money, they're here to help you grow it. Visit bankcmg.com or stop by your local branch. Let's get to work.
Bank CMG is an equal housing lender. Member FDIC.
It all started with a small storefront and a big promise: treat every customer just like family. For decades, local families have trusted Sendix to provide the freshest food, the warmest smiles, and a place where community comes first. From generation to generation, we have grown together. Because Sendix is more than just a grocery store. It's home. Thank you for allowing us to serve you for the past 100 years. Here's to the next 100 years. Sendix, your trusted local grocer.
Homer here for Window Nation. Spring is a great time to open your windows, and wait, your windows won't open? They leak or crack or need repairing? Again? During Window Nation's The More You Buy, The More You Save sale, you could save up to 50% off, plus you could get 0 interest for 5 years. And as a proud partner of the Milwaukee Brewers, ask how you could score a pair of Brewers tickets. During uncertain times, one of the best investments you can make is your home. Visit windownation.com now to book a consultation.
If you still think sports bar means sticky floors and basic wings, you're doing it wrong. It's ESPN Milwaukee's Alex Strouf, and I got to tell you about Veer North, right in the heart of Milwaukee's East Side. Veer North, flipping the game day experience. Better cocktails, great pizza, and a menu that goes way beyond the usual. Catch every big play on their wall-to-wall screens in a space that feels like a night out. From the big game or your next client meeting, Veer North delivers every time. Veer North, where Milwaukee watches the game elevated.
You're listening to ESPN Wisconsin Draft Week on ESPN Wisconsin and the ESPN Wisconsin app.
Just a couple of picks away from the Green Bay Packers' 4th-round selection, 1 of 5 they will have today in day 3, the final day of the 2026 NFL Draft. Alex Strouf, Josh DiMaggio, Will Sommers hanging out with you until 3 o'clock this afternoon across ESPN Wisconsin. The Ravens at pick 115 just went for with Elijah Surratt, the wide receiver from Indiana, the national champion. Had a ton of touchdowns in his collegiate career between James Madison and Indiana. So nice value pick there for Baltimore as the pick is in at 116 for Tampa Bay. So we're getting closer and closer to the Green Bay Packers pick at number 120. And I mean, I think they could address a variety of needs. If you look at the top available, Josh, there's several cornerbacks at the top of that list. Keontae Scott from Miami still on the board. Malik Muhammad, my guy from Texas, is on the board at cornerback. Mike Washington, who they had in as a top 40 visit, the running back from Arkansas, is still available. I don't know if it's running back time yet, is it? In the 4th round?
Depends on the grade, I guess. What do they think of Mike Washington? Mike Washington was a guy some people had mocked in the 2nd round of the draft. His production doesn't match his physical abilities, but we've seen quite frequently in the NFL draft, the guys who test really well end up being able to find out nice little niches in their career. It would be sort of signaling the idea of a replacement for Josh Jacobs in the future. Obviously not this season, but a guy that they sort of want to fill into a bell call sort of role. I think there's more premium positions and bigger places of need that the Packers would prefer here, but it wouldn't knock me out and knock me down with how surprising it would be at all.
Yeah, the big three could still be addressed. They could double dip at corner. They could double dip at defensive line. Now, obviously, edge rusher and defensive tackle are two different positions, but I think both of those are certainly on the table here, and anything across the offensive line is on the table at pick 120. The other positions, I'll just quickly rapid fire through, Josh, that I think we assume we may see them addressed at some point today. Tight end, running back.
Yeah,
I don't think they do this in the fourth round, but quarterback, wide receiver maybe. After that Jaden Reed extension, it felt like, okay, probably not in the second or third round, but maybe the fourth round if they really like a guy at wide receiver. So it feels like they could go a variety of ways, but it feels like those big three needs, cornerback, defensive line, offensive line, are going to get more priority than the rest here probably throughout at least their next two picks.
Yeah, it feels like the Packers are getting to the point where they're running out of those pre-draft visits where you can sort of circle guys and
I think Mike Washington, outside of the guys you could maybe see them pick, there goes Keontae Scott to Tampa Bay at pick 116, by the way, the really dynamic corner who was a projected second or third round pick, goes in the fourth round to Tampa Bay, just a couple of spots in front of Green Bay. But Mike Washington, in terms of fourth round pick guy, is the only guy that's left on their list maybe. Did Kalen Black go yesterday? The Indiana running back?
I believe he did. I could be incorrect on that, but I thought I saw him go in the third round yesterday.
Check. Yeah, it looks like he did.
He's a San Francisco 49er.
Sounds right to me.
So we're getting into sort of the territory where it's going to be more and more difficult to predict. I think at this point you're just looking at who do they view as a value, who fits the sort of thresholds, and the things the Packers typically look for at this position. I still think they're going to, because the Packers view corner as a premium position, maybe not to the same extent as offensive line or defensive line, but they still view it as one of their priorities. They have drafted those picks early in the past, but I think it's trenches here for the Green Bay Packers. But if you got a guy and you really believe in him and you think you got a role that really needs to be filled, or you see a role that needs to be filled in the next season, this is definitely the range of you making those sort of picks.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. Pick 117 is in, so we will have the Packers picks shortly here in round number 4. Let's do this. Let's take a break, make some final predictions. We'll react to the pick. Let's do that. Joshy, I want to get your prediction on positional, and even if you want to go with a player, we'll do that coming up next as the Packers pick quickly approaching. Pick 117 is in. It'll go Detroit, Carolina, then Green Bay at pick 120 here in the fourth round of the 2026 NFL Draft. Appreciate all of you hanging out with us on this Saturday morning, almost Saturday afternoon, our Saturday brunch period. Here's the Mr. Relevant Crew with you, Alex Strouf, Josh DiMaggio, Will Sommers. Here on ESPN Wisconsin Draft Week, the Packers pick coming up in just a moment.
More coming up next on ESPN Wisconsin Draft Week.
Good Karma Brands is proud to be an equal opportunity employer, providing equal employment, development, and advancement opportunities to all teammates and applicants. To learn more about careers with us, please send an email to talentacquisition@goodkarmabrands.com. That's talentacquisition@goodkarmabrands.com.
It's Mike with Infinity Exteriors. I've seen it all, Wisconsin. Sketchy sales gimmicks for low-quality windows, siding that costs more than a new home, fly-by-night roofers. 60,000 happy customers made a better choice. Infinity Exteriors roofing, siding, and windows all come with our lifetime workmanship warranty, no overcharges, and transparent pricing. At Infinity Exteriors, we're on a mission to save our communities from unscrupulous contractors. Visit infinityexteriors.com.
I started our landscaping company, Brett Ochtenhagen's Seasonal Services, in 1994. We have other businesses, a trucking company, investment properties, and reboard and raise quarter horses. I met Chris from Horicon Bank over 20 years ago, and we really hit it off. A few years back, we made our largest capital commitment ever. Chris understood our vision, supported it, and 5 years later, our annual equipment maintenance costs are down, and our fleet is amazing. Chris and Horicon Bank helped make that happen.
Horicon Bank, together doing good for 130 years. Member FDIC.
Hail damage? Siding Unlimited is here to help. We are not the storm chasers. That's important. Siding Unlimited doesn't chase storms. However, if the storm comes into our area like it just did, we're always available to help. Why is that important? Storm chasers skip town, leaving you with a roof with zero warranty. Siding Unlimited uses a roofing system that will get you a 50-year warranty on parts, pieces, and workmanship. Siding Unlimited will be there if you have a call down the road. Siding Unlimited is your local local family partner on this project, we're here for you. Visit sidingunlimited.com today, but definitely stop by Siding Unlimited's open house on Saturday, April 25th from 9 to 1 p.m.
Hey, this is Jen Latta. You're listening to 94.5 ESPN, WKTI, and WKTI HD Milwaukee.
A locally owned Good Karma brand station. The clock is ticking. Front offices are scrambling. Fans are pacing. And every pick, it changes everything.
With the 78th pick, with the 45th pick, the 26th pick, in the 2023, in the 2020, in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Green Bay Packers, the Green Bay Packers, the Green Bay Packers, the Green Bay Packers, select Jordan Love, Tucker Kraft, Edgerrin Cooper, linebacker, quarterback, tight end, South Dakota State.
This is ESPN Wisconsin draft coverage.
With the 52nd pick, with the 77th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Green Bay Packers select Brandon Cece, Chris McClellan, defensive back, defensive tackle, South Carolina, Missouri.
Now broadcasting live from the Gruber Law Office's One Call That's All studio at the Avenue in downtown Milwaukee. Here's Alex Strouf and Josh DiMaggio.
All right, here we go. Packers are on deck as the Lions go linebacker at pick 118. The Jacksonville Jaguars are on the clock at pick 119. Pick 120 belongs to the Green Bay Packers. Alex Strouf, Josh DiMaggio, Will Sommers with you. ESPN Wisconsin's draft coverage continues until 3 o'clock this afternoon. All right, Josh, it's prediction time. What will the Packers do at pick 120? They have addressed cornerback and defensive tackle thus far. Where did they go at pick 120 in your mind?
Yeah, we misspoke a little bit there on the front end. The Packers do have two guys that they had in for visits, in two cornerbacks, Will Lee and what was the
Charles Deming.
Charles Deming.
Will Lee out of Texas A&M, 6'2", 189-pound cornerback out of Texas A&M, and Charles Deming, Stephen F. Austin, 6'1", 193 pounds. Both, according to ESPN.com, the third and fifth best corners available right now. So you think they go back to the well?
I think they might. I don't, and there's no reported interest in my guy DDS, denied Dennis Sutton. But I do think that is a position of need, and a guy in the fourth round who, frankly, had 8.5 sacks the past 2 seasons, tested really high in terms of relative athletic score, which is basically just an overall evaluation of how athletic somebody is. It seems like a Packers type of pick, but also so does the massive 2 corners that they had in for pre-draft visits. I don't know if they view those guys as later options, but it's certainly, if I were to pick something right now, I'm leaning towards corner or edge.
I am too, as an edge rusher goes there at pick 119 to the Jacksonville Jaguars, Wesley Williams out of Duke. Therefore, your Green Bay Packers are officially on the clock at pick number 120 here in the 4th round of the 2026 NFL Draft. I agree. I think it's going to be corner here. The funny part is, earlier this week, you and I kind of revealed our guy, the guy we would like to see the Packers pick in the 2nd round. Both of our guys are available in the 4th at pick 120. Malik Muhammad viewed as the top corner available out of Texas, just a reliable guy. He's not too flashy, but he is a reliable corner. Do they go back to the corner well? And Josh, you mentioned it, the 3rd and 5th best corners on the board at ESPN.com. Both top 30 visits for the Green Bay Packers. So a lot of corner interest here for Green Bay. At edge rusher, Joshua Josephs out of Tennessee is viewed as the top guy, denied Dennis Sutton. Joshy's guy, the number 2 guy on the board at that position. Could they go offensive linemen? Several guards available, several tackles available they could go with. There's a running back. The best available running back on the board is somebody they had in for a top 30 visit, Mike Washington Jr. out of Arkansas. The pick is in for Green Bay, so they will stay put at pick 120, and we await what happens out in Pittsburgh for the Green Bay Packers with the 3rd pick in the NFL Draft.
This is exciting.
I said this last night to Homer. Without a first-round pick, these picks feel a little bit like more.
You got to nail them.
I got more juice for these because you're right. You got to nail them. They're more important than they've been in past years. So what will they do? Goody looks happy. They're clapping in the Packers draft room. A couple of knucks going around as they show on NFL Network.
I love the clap that happens in the war room. Like, just you're going to end up drafting anybody. You have no idea what this guy's going to. Certainly, you like the pick, but a fourth-round pick is no guarantee at this point.
No, it's not. As good as Brian Gutekunst has been in the middle rounds throughout his tenure as the general manager in Green Bay, Matt LaFleur just got off the phone with whoever they're about to pick, so we just await the stage in Pittsburgh when they announce who it will be at pick 120. I say corner, you say corner or edge. We think they stick defense here, which means they're totally going to go running back.
Is clapping in the war room after you make your selection akin to clapping when a flight lands? Your plane lands?
No, I think it's different because you spend so much time for the scouts, right? They spend all year scouting these talents. If it's a guy they really like, of course they're going to clap.
Right. And here it's the same thing. We're clapping at somebody for doing their job. Like the pilot's job is to land a plane. It is the scout's job to year-round track prospects.
All right, that part's fair, but I would argue it's a little bit more personal. All right, the International Fan of the Year from, the Irish Institute of Music and Song, Gavin James making the selection out in Ireland on NFL Network. The Packers pick at number 120. Come on, get it out. Oh, they're playing a song behind. They've got harps. I wish we would have had this one. They're playing harps behind them. Unbelievable. You think they did the draft chime? All right, the Packers selection. There he is, DDS, denied Dennis Sutton, the edge rusher out of Penn State. Joshy said earlier this week, that's his guy. DDS is a Green Bay Packer, Joshy. Nice hit.
That is awesome. I think he's a great value here. A guy who's had productions his past 2 seasons, extremely athletic, fits the mold of what the Packers look for at that position. Fills what I view to be an immediate need, especially in the first 4 games of the season without Micah Parsons. I'm elated to see a guy who I think can be a double-digit sack guy for hit the ground running right away to start the season. I'm very excited. He does compare to some people to the previous guy they had in that we all remember, JJ Enagbare. Huge move for the Packers, and that certainly helps, makes you feel a little bit more secure to start the season without Micah Parsons.
I'm really thrilled it's one of our guys.
Yeah.
Because that was somebody who you said you would have been happy to see the Packers go with in the second round.
Yes.
Falls all the way to them at pick 120, and they address edge rushers. So now it's been all defense for the Packers for now first-year defensive coordinator Jonathan Gannon. Excuse me, I almost called him Sutton. Cornerback in the first round, defensive tackle in the second round, second round, third round, and now in the fourth round they go edge rusher with DDS out of Penn State. Exciting picks thus far.
I feel like this never happens where one of us falls in love with a guy and then the Packers end up drafting them. What usually ends up happening is the Packers airmail who they're going to pick, and you have a pretty good idea, and then you convince yourself.
Sure.
There was really no connection to this guy other than figuring out LVN's probably not going to stick around here. They've got some young guys, but nothing proven behind him. They are going to need some help alongside Micah Parsons. Rashawn Gary departs in the offseason. I'm very excited about this, if you can't tell.
Yeah, adding competition to thin rooms has been the theme of this draft thus far. And especially with Micah Parsons more than likely sidelined to start the season, they need additional help there. And how much can you trust guys like Barron Sorrell and Colin Oliver entering their second year to play some premium snaps, especially early in the season, as Micah Parsons returns from his ACL tear that he suffered last December? Adding DDS to this room, now this doesn't mean he's going to start week 1, but it certainly means he can eat some snaps early on in the season as we await another Penn State alum in Micah Parsons and his return.
And what it does do is bring competition, which Brian Gutekunst has talked about a lot, is he likes competition at positions because that will elevate the play of likely everybody, and you can figure out who has it and who doesn't. This is the type of move now where they're going to go. Micah Parsons' job as soon as he comes back is solidified. It's going to be solidified until he decides to hang him up. But with LVN, with Colin Oliver, Barron Sorrell, and now denied Dennis Sutton, that's 4 different options there where you go, we're going to be able to find a guy who's going to be a real contributor, hopefully get into the double-digit sack region, and have that guy that the Packers have been looking for frankly, a long time. You've been convinced of one pass rusher at a time. With the amount of investment the past 2 seasons, the Packers are really looking to get somebody that is going to be more than just a body and more than just, a replacement level. They're looking to find a guy who's going to make a massive impact.
I'll just say one thing. Penn State edge rusher.
Yeah.
Packers got 2 of them now and denied Dennis Sutton and Micah Parsons. I'm happy with that. I'm happy.
Have we heard from Micah yet? He's got to be thrilled.
Micah's got. I'm sure he's tweeted. I will go take a look. But Micah's got reinforcements and another guy from where he went to college at Penn State. So that is very exciting. We have not heard from Micah yet, but I'm sure he will be tweeting. Want to guess the RAS score? Do you know it already?
I think it's like 963.
Higher.
9.8?
Higher.
9.9?
996 is his RAS score.
Are we sure about that?
I'm looking at it right now. The only thing was the weight was red, but everything else was in the green.
Which is
6'5".
The Packers are expected to move to more of a 3-4 base. That type of thing isn't as big of a deal. And then not that Penn State isn't a great program, but that frame has more ability to add mass to it.
4.63 40-yard dash, 40-inch vertical.
The big thing to look at is his 3-cone score, which if you track 3-cone scores and look at comparables, the guys that run the 3-cone at that size, which is, we've all seen you run it. It's
hard.
It's change of direction and maintaining momentum and maintaining speed through the changes of direction. Those are the things that are highly indicative of good edge rushers. And he's in that Goldilocks zones where guys like this basically don't fail throughout the NFL. There's certainly options you can point to and guys who haven't been exactly what they were drafted as. But as a 4th-round pick, this is going to be something that I think is worth getting excited over and getting your hopes up for a little bit here.
I totally agree. So far, so good this draft. Now, the question for me becomes, when do they address the offensive line? We need some more competition in that room. But all in all, I'm very happy with the 3 picks the Packers have made thus far. Address that defense, beef it up a little bit, and they certainly have it. Cornerback, defensive tackle, and edge rusher. All right, I was so enamored by the we have the TVs muted in the studio. We can see the draft coverage. We cannot hear the draft coverage because we are speaking on the microphones. Gavin James from the Ireland Institute of Music announced
Irish
the pick.
Institute of Music and Song.
Thank you. Announced the pick with
Is there a difference between music and song?
Well, song is da 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 da. Music is
Don't
more
have to ruin Gavin's
instrument.
big
I think.
moment.
Anyway, Gavin announced the pick with 6 harps behind him, and I was just. I was so curious as to what that sounded like. Will did great work getting the announcement very quickly. So here's what it sounded like when Dennis Sutton was drafted to the Packers.
Welcome to the Irish Institute of Music and Song here in Ireland. I'm singer-songwriter Gavin James, and the pick is in.
Oh, nice.
With the harp.
Wow.
With the 120th pick of the 2026 NFL Draft, the Green Bay Packers select Dennis Sutton, defensive end, Penn State.
Go back up!
Go back up!
Go back up!
Wow. I don't know.
Go, Pack, go.
I like it.
Done.
Is that the first time?
Go, Pack, go. I think we caught it.
Is it the first time Go Pack Go has ever been done with a harp?
I would imagine on national television.
Not gonna lie, that kind of rocks.
That was awesome.
One other comment for the Institute of Music and Sound. You figure they'd have the
music and song, Josh.
Song, sorry, music. You'd figure they have the feedback and the echo figured out. That seems to be something that you would be able to.
There's no engineering or like technical. Like,
Josh,
they're just music and song.
I don't know how often they're announcing NFL draft picks at the Institute of Music and Song.
Cross-continent, too.
I have a high expectation for people that are at an institute for that.
Oh, man. That was electric. Absolutely electric. All right, I believe Jason Wilde's going to join us coming up next to react to that pick, as well as preview what else is to come throughout the day here for the Green Bay Packers in the 3rd day of the 2026 NFL Draft. Defense, and the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th round for Green Bay, beefing it up for new defensive coordinator Jonathan Gannon. Brandon Cece is the 1st round pick, the cornerback out of South Carolina. Very happy with that pick. The 2nd round pick out of Missouri is the defensive tackle Chris McClellan. And the 4th round pick, the edge rusher from Penn State, is Dennis Sutton. All defense all the time thus far for Green Bay in the 2026 NFL Draft. Our coverage continues on ESPN Wisconsin Draft Brunch right after this.
We're back after this on ESPN Wisconsin Draft Week.
May is Skilled Trades Month, a time to celebrate the hands-on careers that keep our industries and our communities moving forward. At Junior Achievement, students are discovering that today's skilled trades include technology, robotics, and smart manufacturing. With support from Rockwell Automation, students are exploring how advanced manufacturing and automation will power the factories of the future. Thank you, Rockwell, for helping inspire the next generation of technicians, engineers, and innovators. Learn more at ja.org.
Progressive presents a guided meditation.
Hear the birds sing. A chipmunk nibbling on an acorn. Smell the pine needles gently falling into your living room as the breeze blows through the gaping hole in your roof. Gaze up at that broken tree branch and relax, because you bundled your home and auto with Progressive and have the peace of mind of 24/7 protection. So relaxing.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Spring cleaning isn't just for your house, it's for your life. If your job is getting old, it's time to clear the clutter and spring into IT. Go to My Computer Career.
My Computer Career helped me get the skills and certifications I needed to start a new life as an IT professional in months, not years.
Earn the certifications the top employers are looking for right now. Visit mycomputercareer.edu and take the free career evaluation to see if it's time to spring into IT. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
Homer here with Mike Bruner of Window Nation. Is it the kind of window? Is it how quickly you can do it? When you hear from the customers afterwards, what seems to please them the most?
One of the biggest things, so I'll reference the survey, is clean and safe. I mean, we're coming into our customers' houses and we understand that they got nice stuff. For most people, I mean, unless you're a doctor or a lawyer, your house is probably your biggest investment. So making sure your house stays protected throughout the entire process. Now, of course, there's going to be a lot of other things like the window and the install, but according to the survey, I mean, 96% of our customers are rating us 10 out of 10 stars in that clean and safe aspect. I mean, our worst category out of all of those is going to be at about 92% satisfaction rate, which is tremendous, especially in an industry where 7 out of 10 people are not happy with the outcome of their project.
With Window Nation's The More You Buy, The More You Save sale, you could save up to 50% off. Plus, you could get zero interest for 5 years. Window Nation, proud partner of the Milwaukee Brewers.
Looking for a better spot for your next team outing or client meeting? Welcome to Veer North, Milwaukee's upscale sports bar, designed for more than just game day. It's ESPN Milwaukee's Alex Strouf. Veer North, located on Milwaukee's east side, your go-to for catching the big game, happy hour, or your next group outing. This is more than your average sports bar. Elevated food, craft cocktails, and a modern atmosphere. Perfect for off-site meetings and entertaining clients. And when the game's on, you've got the best seat in the house. Veer North, Milwaukee's east side destination for business and game day alike.
Got your tax refund? Before it mysteriously disappears, invest it in something you'll actually see every day. Your home. At Exterior Pros and Baths, turn that refund into energy-efficient windows, durable roofing, new siding, or a beautiful bath remodel. And they'll take it even further with $3,000 off your project. That's $3,000 in instant savings during the April savings event. But don't wait. This offer won't last long. Call 262-800-4274 or visit extpros.com today. Exterior Pros and Baths. Big savings done right.
Mark Tosher here. People ask, why did I join UW Credit Union? Well, let's break it down. Convenient local branches, easy to use mobile banking app, rewards checking with early payday, and that beautiful Bucky debit card. Also, they've been serving Wisconsin since 1931, which means they have local expertise that's actually local. So stop by a branch or visit uwcu.org to join today and become a UW Credit Union member like I did. Federally insured by NCUA. Terms and conditions apply.
You're listening to ESPN Wisconsin Draft Week on ESPN Wisconsin and the ESPN Wisconsin app.
ESPN Wisconsin Draft Week rolls on. Alex Strouf, Josh DiMaggio, Will Sommers, the Mr. Irrelevant crew with you until 3 o'clock this afternoon. Exciting draft this far. I said it to Josh in the break. Dare I say. Just like the Harps. Goody's cooking, I think. Cornerback, defensive tackle, edge rusher through 3 rounds. Denied Dennis Sutton, the 4th-round pick, was the guy Josh earlier in the week said he'd be fine with the Packers drafting in the 2nd round. They just got him at pick 120.
Yeah, he was the guy when I said my guy. Justice Mosqueda, who will be joining us later, was the one who brought him to my attention. I went back and watched him, looked at the stats, looked at the relative athletic score, and said, what's going on here? And then I think I did caveat it with, he's not viewed as a second-round pick, but I think he's good enough to be a second-round pick. I don't want to say steal of the draft, but I'm going to say steal of the draft right now because I'm very excited about him. It's rare where things sort of come to fruition, where the guy you get a draft crush over ends up on your team, especially in the fourth round. I thought for sure he'd been taken by now. I'm super curious to find out if this was the guy Brian Gutekunst mentioned they were looking to get up into the end of the third round for. And then when they were able to sleep on it, evaluate it, and look at it with clearer eyes, they determined, hey, we might just get him at our fourth round pick. If so, that's a huge win and great work by the guys in that war room that are clapping for each other when they make draft picks.
All right, we've got some cleanup to do on the draft. So pick 122, 2 after the Packers. The Raiders selected Arkansas running back Mike Washington Jr. The Packers had it in a top 30 visit, so he is a Las Vegas Raider. 2 picks after that. The Chicago Bears selected Texas cornerback Malik Muhammad. My draft crush is a Chicago Bear. My draft crush is a Chicago Bear.
No. Well, let's hope.
You want me to get you a jersey?
Let's hope.
No, I'm good.
Let's hope this is one of the many times where you stick your foot in your mouth, but it's the inverse.
I'm just totally wrong, Muhammad.
Yes.
I hope so.
You
now.
are often wrong.
You're
not right a lot.
Well, that should not give you positive energy as a Bears fan.
That's Will's probably.
We're on ESPN Wisconsin right now, so I'm trying to lift your spirits.
Somebody tell Bears fans who think I'm the biggest idiot on planet Earth that my draft crush was Malik Muhammad.
Who's your team crush this past offseason?
We need to get.
Wasn't it the Cardinals?
Yes.
Yeah, we need to get that video out of you and just say, hey, Bears fan, Alex Strouf is a fan of your fourth round pick.
I am. I really liked Malik Muhammad. I was hoping he would wind up in Green Bay.
I'm going to start judging all the Bears picks just based on how you react. So awful pick just now. LSU wide receiver, great pick.
Great pick. Yeah. Probably a fair point. And then the immediate pick after Malik Muhammad, the Bills have gone 2 in a row now, but the first of 2 picks, they draft UConn wide receiver, a name you might know if you're a Badgers fan. Skylar Bell goes pick 125 to Buffalo, spent 2 seasons in Madison before transferring out and was a dog at UConn.
He caught like a million passes.
He had a ginormous season. One of my all-time favorite interviews, Skylar Bell. We spent 6 minutes debating who would win in a fight. I believe it was a silverback gorilla, or I don't remember what the other animal was. But him and I had a lengthy debate about
grizzly
this one.
Bear?
Yeah, it was a grizzly bear. You're absolutely right.
That was a famous Twitter debate.
Him and I had a lengthy debate about this. This is the first time I ever met him. And he's hilarious. And on top of that, he's a very good football player. So Buffalo getting the former Wisconsin Badger receiver, Skylar Bell, at pick 125. It is the first time since the early 1980s that the Badgers have gone 3 straight years without a selection in the top 3 rounds in the first 2 days of the NFL draft. Since 1981 to 1983, the last 3 years, the Badgers have not seen a Wisconsin name called in the first 3 rounds. For the last 3 years, for the first time since 1981 through 1983.
Yeah, I mean, that's, if anything, could be indicative of where the program is right now. I certainly think that trend's going to break whenever Mason Posa decides to enter the NFL. He was a true freshman last year, so he's got a ways to go. But that's a guy who, from what I saw early, looks like he could be an early round day 1 or day 2 type guy. That's the ability he's shown at a very young age. But yeah, it checks out. The offensive line thing was how the Badgers always stayed relevant when it came to the NFL draft. And then the edge rush position. And Mason Reiger is likely to get picked at some point today. But those were guys who were just consistently, it was edge rusher, offensive line, and then running backs were consistently getting drafted. And as we know, those positions have not been strong points in recent history for the Badgers.
Yeah. Oh, man. I'm a little bit shook from that Malik Muhammad pick. I was hoping it was anybody but the Bears.
Why? Your team just picked your Josh's draft
Well,
crush. Wouldn't you rather them pick Josh's draft crush than yours?
No, because I'm selfish.
Who knows more, though? I mean, let's call Let's call a spade here.
What are you doing?
I mean, come on. Let's be honest.
Is Will trying to knock my credibility here on day 3 of draft coverage?
I'm just saying Josh is more of a draft guy than you.
He
right?
just swept the leg right there. Full sweep the leg, just knock you out. And let's
That's
be
not a crazy thing to say.
It's not.
No, you're right. Self-awareness, important human quality.
And let's be honest to the audience here. We're not just picking on you. I came to Mr. Irrelevant with my guy, a guy who I had watched film on. I had looked up his RAS score. You came in with Malik Muhammad because you watched an interview and liked that his parents were previous athletes.
Entire family, yeah.
And that he did good interviews, which is sort of a thing most guys in the NFL can say. They have lineage of elite athletes and they are media trained. So there is differing degrees
Yes,
here.
but also if you go read any of his profiles, reliable is the word in there, which the Packers lack at cornerback. I would have liked a reliable corner, but they got a corner earlier. So I'm not as heartbroken as maybe you would have been had DDS gone to the Bears. Because, number one, the Bears need pass rush.
That one would have hurt my feelings.
Well, now you know how I feel. Just like Will hurt my feelings.
I was going to say, what hurts your feelings more, him being a Bear or Will sweeping the leg on you and
probably Will
delegitimizing your take right out the gate?
Yeah, probably Will. We're supposed to take care of each other on this program. We're supposed to be friendly. We're supposed to be fun.
We're just trying to get some jokes off.
And now Will's just being hurtful is what we've gotten to, and we're only 90 minutes into a four-hour show. So it's going to be a long ride to 3 o'clock. It'll be a long, long ride. Will Sommers, Josh DiMaggio, Alex Strouf hanging out with you. It's ESPN Wisconsin's draft coverage. Jason is going to talk to your guy, DDS, and then he's going to join us.
Love it.
So
I need all the DDS I can get.
Does Jason know your affinity for DDS?
I do not know if he does or not. I've mentioned it on
think we should tell him.
I've mentioned it on Irrelevant and Jen, Gabe, and Chewy. I brought it up a few weeks ago as the guy that I had coveted. I don't know if I had told him that yet. I might have texted in the Wildy and Tush group chat, but I mean, I've got, right when he got drafted, I got a handful of texts because I've been so pro deny Dennis Sutton to this point in the process. And I thought he would be worth a second-round pick, but you get him in the 4th. Steal the draft, many people are saying.
All right, ton of texts I want to get to, so let's knock some of these out. I appreciate you all texting in on the Carbless Talking text line. The number to get into the show, if you want to call in, if you want to text in, 800-990-3776, 800-990-ESPN is the Carbless Talking text line. Less is more with our friends at Carbless. Matt chimes in from the 262. There was talk of DDS in the second round. That talk was done by Josh DiMaggio. Love this pick. Value. We all agree here.
Yes.
No argument from us here, Matt. AC and Tosa chimes in. Badgers right ends got drafted a lot before Fickle. AC and Tosa, that's a fair point.
Mm-hmm.
Jim in the 920. Jim in Two Harbors, Minnesota. Just the 920 area code. Two Harbors, Minnesota. Appreciate you listening to us all the way in Minnesota, Jim. He says, are the Packers a bit concerned with Parsons' return as far as when? Why are they drafting so many defensive linemen? It's twofold. Actually, probably threefold.
Yeah.
Number one, I don't think they're concerned with Micah Parsons' return. It's just natural recovery is somewhere between 9 to 10 months.
Yes.
He tore his ACL in in December, like he won't return until after week 1, and he won't be 100% right away. He won't be playing 80% of the snaps right out of the gates.
It's very simple. The Green Bay Packers covet pass rushers, and most teams do. That is a high-value position, type of thing you can't have enough of. The Green Bay Packers saw the departure this offseason of both Rashawn Gary and of Kingsley Enagbare. So there was a need and a spot to fill there. LVN looks to be on his way out. He certainly doesn't look like a guy who's going to get the 5th-year option. And then you just sort of take a position based on value. Everything we've heard in regards to Micah Parsons, be it through Micah himself or through the Packers organization, it has all been positive, and they feel like he's on track and ready to go. It's just you're going to play with the amount of investment you've made in him, 2 first-round picks and that gigantic extension. Even if he looks like maybe he could play week 1 or week 2, you're going to give him enough time to be fully healthy, to feel safe on that knee, and to hit the ground running instead of risking any further injury.
I think another thing to point out, though, is he said, why so many defensive linemen? Edge rusher, you're going to be coming off the edge.
It's 2 different positions.
It's 2 different different positions, especially in this 3-4 defense, right? This guy will technically be an outside linebacker, technically in the base defense.
They've got Hargrave, they've got Devontae Wyatt, Carl Brooks, and then a handful of guys.
It's worth noting, when they traded for Micah Parsons, they sent Kenny Clark, which was a starting defensive tackle. This offseason, to acquire Zaire Franklin, they traded Colby Wooden. Another defensive tackle, so they needed some depth there. That's why they went with Chris McClellan yesterday in the third round.
Depth and competition.
Yeah,
and Hargrave is a short-term answer. And Devontae Wyatt is on a 5th-year deal, so there's no guarantee he's back next season either.
Right, and both of those position groups just kind of lack bodies. So addressing defensive line with defensive tackle and edge rusher in the 3rd and 4th rounds makes a ton of sense for Green Bay.
And if you remember the Baltimore Ravens game, where did it seem like the Packers got manhandled?
Well, all over.
The defensive front.
Well, they couldn't stop Derrick Henry. Right.
It was the front seven, and they clearly took a big sign from that and said, we need to first get after the passer better outside of Micah Parsons, and second, we need to be able to stop the run, and we need guys who are going to be able to play those positions.
Yep, I'm with you on that. So that's from Jim in Two Harbors, Minnesota. Appreciate him texting in. Your calls as well, 800-990-3776. If you want to call in, chime in on what the Packers have done this far. We will be happy to take your calls on the Cardinals Talk and text line there as well. Some more texts I want to get to. I see some calls rolling in. We will get to you on the other side. We've got a ton more with you until 3 o'clock. Jason Wilde going to join us at some point this hour as well as we continue to react and preview what's to come for the Green Bay Packers here in the 2026 NFL Draft, kind of the final piece of the offseason as we continue. It's ESPN Wisconsin Draft Brunch across ESPN Wisconsin.
We're back after this on ESPN Wisconsin Draft Week.
Spring has arrived in the Geneva Lakes region, and there is no better place to welcome the season than the award-winning Lake Lawn Resort. Enjoy lakeside dining at 1878 on the lake, golf for all ages and abilities at Majestic Oaks, relaxing spa experiences at the award-winning Calidora Spa, and endless recreation opportunities along the resort's 2 miles of shoreline on beautiful Delavan Lake. Plan your spring getaway today at lakelawnresort.com and come find out for yourself why everything is better at the lake.
Buying or selling a home isn't just a transaction. It's one of life's biggest decisions.
That's why clarity, trust, and the right guidance matter, especially in the ever-changing market.
I'm Tony Wendorf with Tony Wendorf & Associates, powered by Keller Williams.
I'm John Lorenz.
And I'm Taylor Mangini. Our team delivers a white glove experience at every price point, combining expert negotiation, local insight, and genuine care.
Get started today with a team you can trust at wendorfteam.kw.com.
Tony Wendorf & Associates.
Driven by faith, gratitude, and results.
One of the most important concepts in sports is don't drop the ball. Are you dropping the ball with your estate plan? When was it last updated? Have you even done one at all? It's ESPN Wisconsin's Jason Wilde for Walney Legal Group. There's a lot at stake for you and your family when it comes to wills, trusts, probate, and elder planning. At Walney Legal, that's all they do. Tailored documents. No confusing legal jargon. Just thoughtful guidance. Do the blocking and tackling to protect your family. Start a conversation today at walneylegal.com.
Prizes, flyaways, even cash money. You want it? We've got it. Find a list of all contests and official rules by visiting ESPNWisconsinContests.com.
That's ESPNWisconsinContests.com. It all started with a small storefront and a big promise. Treat every customer just like family. For decades, local families have trusted Sendix to provide the freshest food, the warmest smiles, and a place where community comes first. From generation to generation, we have grown together. Because Sendix is more than just a grocery store. It's home. Thank you for allowing us to serve you for the past 100 years. Here's to the next 100 years. Sendix, your trusted local grocer.
Hi, it's John Reitz from Great Midwest Bank. When it comes to a home mortgage, we understand you want a simple, stress-free process, great service, and a loan you can feel good about. And for 90 years, that's exactly how we've been doing things at Great Midwest Bank. So if you're thinking about buying, building, renovating, or refinancing, get started at GreatMidwestBank.com to find a knowledgeable loan officer and get the peace of mind you deserve. Great Midwest Bank, your simply local equal housing lender.
Do you know the secret to losing up to 1 pound of fat every day? At Milwaukee Weight Loss, we know the secret. Our doctor-developed, easy-to-follow weight loss program helps you lose weight fast, naturally and safely, and with no drugs or injections with risk of serious side effects, no prepackaged meals, bars, shakes, and no exercising required. Our program helps reset your metabolism so you can keep the weight off for good with a coach for ongoing support. Our program costs up to half as much and works up to twice as fast as most other programs. Go to MilwaukeeWeightLoss.com to schedule your free consultation.
Homer here for Milwaukee Weight Loss. Been on the journey since January, over 3 months, down 26 pounds today. If you're looking for a safe and easy program that will actually help you keep the weight off, this is it. Many patients lose 20 to 30 pounds in a month or two. That's up to a pound per day. And for a limited time, get $200 off with the spring special. Book your free consultation at MilwaukeeWeightLoss.com. That's MilwaukeeWeightLoss.com.
Results may vary.
Earth Justice is a national legal nonprofit fighting to save lives, protect our climate, and strengthen our economy through the shift to zero emissions. Visit us at earthjustice.org. Earth Justice, because the earth needs a good lawyer.
You're listening to ESPN Wisconsin Draft Week on ESPN Wisconsin and the ESPN Wisconsin app.
ESPN Wisconsin draft coverage continues with the Mr. Irrelevant crew. Alex Strouf, Josh DiMaggio, Will Sommers hanging out with you from downtown Milwaukee. 3 picks so far for the Packers. Just one today. Denied Dennis Sutton, the edge rusher out of Penn State. And then your day 2 picks. You got the cornerback from South Carolina, Cece. You got McClellan, the defensive tackle from Missouri. And now Sutton. Is Dennis Sutton his last name or Sutton his last name? Like, what's it going to say on the back of his jersey?
I don't know. I think maybe it's Dennis Sutton.
It's a long last name. It's like Kumpo on the back of a jersey. I can check for you. Yeah, Dennis Sutton. Hyphenated last name. Those jerseys are going to be sweet.
Mm-hmm.
Going to be little letters, though.
Yeah.
Just jersey analysis here.
I didn't. Of all the places we could go, I did not anticipate it to be what his jersey's going to look back with his hyphenated last name.
I'm very comfortable in my own skin. I understand my brain doesn't work like everybody else's.
Yeah, I think you're just reeling.
What do you mean?
After last segment, Will took you out at the knees. Your guy is now a Bear, which most people in the listening audience, or even not in the listening audience, the Bears fans, when they see you say you want a guy, they're now worried. Will's worried right now. He thinks they got a dud in the 4th round. That's the situation we've entered.
Is that what you think, Will?
Kind of. But it brings me joy that until we know whether or not he's a bum, you're going to think that your favorite player is playing for your arch rival.
Yeah, I mean, I've never had my draft crush go to a rival.
Yeah.
It's usually been like other conferences, other teams. This is a new scenario for me. So I am feeling a little off, but we shall overcome. Let's go to the phone lines, 800-990-3776. That is the Carbless Talk and text line. Let's go to Oconomowoc. Jack in Oconomowoc, you are on ESPN Wisconsin draft coverage. What's up, Jack?
Hi, guys. How you doing today?
Great.
All good here, man. What do you got?
I feel really good about Goody's draft so far. I think this might be maybe an overreaction, but I feel so far this has been probably one of the better drafts. Obviously, we'll see with production how well Cece and McClellan and Dennis Sutton do this season, if they get a lot of playing time, which I'm guessing they will. But I feel so far that Goody's, this is probably one of his better drafts as our general manager. And I'm really excited to see how well Dennis Sutton does on the other side of Micah Parsons, because I honestly really don't have that much confidence in Van Ness. Sorrell's been training with Parsons, which I think is, a huge thing, obviously, to train with one of the better, if not the best pass rusher in football. So I feel really good so far, and obviously let's go offensive line here with this next pick so we can beef up that line.
Good call from Jack. Look, it's hard to say it's his best draft, obviously, until we see the guys play a year or two. But I think we're all in alignment in terms on feeling really good with the position groups that he's attacked through the first 3 picks.
I will say, I think draft grades in the immediate aftermath of a draft are poor.
So dumb.
People really liked what the Packers did yesterday with their first 2 picks, and then this is another one that all you got to do is log on to the internet and see how highly Denai Dennis Sutton is spoken of. I was not the only one to say he would be worthy of a second-round pick. Just to make the audience aware of that, there was many other draft analysts who had him quite highly ranked. The thing about it, and I think the reason it makes me feel good thus far, is they are the 3 positions we circled prior to the draft as these are guys we want bodies at, and even potentially multiple bodies at. And they went down the board and didn't take any of those picks that made us go, why are you drafting A.J. Dillon in the second round? This isn't what this team needs right now. Why are you drafting Josiah DeGuara right now? This doesn't make any sense. These are 3 picks in a row that fit needs that the Packers have, very obvious holes that had very big departures happen, or just a weakness in position and bodies. And immediately these guys can come in and be contributors. You can make a case for them all seeing the field within the first quarter of the season just based purely on necessity. And that isn't always the case. Jordan Morgan was drafted with no real plan for him. He waited for 2 seasons with barely playing before he was thrust into action in late in the season, and then played right guard and all those positions. These guys all have opportunities to be day one starters. Not saying they all will be. I certainly think that's unlikely, but 1 or 2 of these guys drafted already might be day one starters for the Green Bay Packers when it comes to opening weekend.
Yeah, they certainly could be. Obviously, we assume Micah Parsons on the shelf week 1. Cornerback, it's anybody's game.
Yep.
Defensive tackle, I would guess McClellan probably isn't a starter.
Yeah, he's not going to start over Hargrave or Wyatt, most likely.
Or Brooks, I would even argue at this point in his career.
Yeah.
But speaking of Carl Brooks, here's a little fun fact for you on Denai Dennis Sutton. Not 1, not 2. 3 blocked kicks at Penn State last year.
Wow.
And the Packers could certainly use some help blocking kicks because their kicker can't make many kicks, as we saw in the playoff game. So take some points on the off the board any way possible. DDS.
Yeah. I mean, it makes sense. An explosive, rangy guy.
Rangy. That's a draft word.
Yeah,
I've never heard draft word. Yeah, look, I am really, really happy with where the Packers are at through 3 picks. And again, we won't know until the cleats hit the turf. But as
we probably
it stands,
won't know until 2028, if we're being frank.
Right, but I said this to Homer last night, and I think you're going to agree with me on this, Joshy. And it is, look, I don't need these guys to step in and be first-year All-Pros.
No.
I don't need...
If they'd like to, I'd allow it.
Yeah, I'd be fine with it, but I don't expect that. I'm not leaning on that. I'm not expecting that. I'm not expecting Brandon Cece to come in and become the defensive rookie of the year, right? That's not my expectation for these Green Bay Packer rookies. But what I would like to see is what Seattle and New England saw last year, and that is meaningful contributions from their draft class.
Yep.
Right? Multiple starters for Seattle and New England that were rookies last year, and those are the teams that played in the Super Bowl. And again, if Brandon Cece is your only every game starter come playoff time, that's fine. But if you've got DDS on the edge and McClellan inside playing meaningful snaps come playoff time, we'll view that as a huge win for Brian Gutekunst. If you bring in guys who can be instant impact contributors in year 1, that helps you get maybe from 11 to 12 wins. If that helps you get from a 3 seed to a 2 seed in the NFC, that is what these 3 days are about in the NFL draft, is what can they do and eventually can they evolve into every down starters or every game starters. That's great. But in year 1, if they can come in and make some meaningful contributions as they evolve and get better throughout the season, that's what you're looking for in year 1. And it feels like those are the guys that Brian Gutekunst has picked with his first 3 picks, which is great. That's a total win.
Yeah. I don't know how this, I'll be interested to see, and you never get full honesty, but I'm truly curious if these are guys that the Packers were interested in the process all along. We haven't seen a trade back yet, which we've only seen a trade up, which would signal to me the Packers have been disciplined and gotten the guys that they were targeting with each of these picks, guys that they thought they had opportunity at. I wouldn't be surprised to hear that Denai Dennis Sutton is the guy they wanted at the end of the 3rd round when they talked about the potential of going up, but it ended up being too expensive. And then you sort of do your evaluation. You look at the board. You see, is there a chance this guy gets to us? Or is there a couple of guys here who we view graded similarly? We have our preferences, but we'd be happy with one of 3 options. It seems like the McClellan move up would tell us they were concerned, and they had graded a drop-off there between defensive tackles and position, the need for it. I do think Goody was pretty straightforward about McClellan, saying we didn't think there was guys who could create an interior pass rush to the level this guy could, and we felt like there was a drop-off there, and now they've added another pass rusher. All positions, I think, that are going to benefit one another. A good defensive tackle, it helps a good edge. A good edge helps a good defensive tackle, and a good pass rush helps a good cornerback.
I am so excited to break the news to our buddy, three-time Wisconsin sports writer Jason Wilde, that Josh DiMaggio's draft crush is a Green Bay Packer. Jason Wilde going to join us coming up next on ESPN Wisconsin Draft Week.
We're back after this on ESPN Wisconsin Draft Week.
You may know someone with multiple sclerosis, but you may not know what their day-to-day reality is really like. MS affects nearly 1 million people in the U.S., impacting far more than mobility. MS can affect vision, thinking, energy, and daily life, often in ways others don't see or understand. This MS Awareness Week, take a moment to learn more, share what you learn, and be a champion for people living with MS. Learn more at nationalmssociety.org/awareness.
Hi, this is Mike from Infinity Exteriors. Most contractors cut corners and disappear when there's a problem. Not us. Since 1997, we've completed over 60,000 projects, earned thousands of 5-star reviews, and were named 2025 Roofing Magazine Contractor of the Year. We set the standard for exterior remodeling. Trusted by homeowners, proven every single day. We're excited to show you why choosing Infinity means peace of mind. Visit infinityexteriors.com to see why your neighbors trust Infinity.
When you work smart, incredible things can happen. By joining Smart 18, the union for Wisconsin sheet metal workers, you'll open the door to a brighter future. You'll learn and earn more. Enjoy awesome benefits across the board. Build a great career and feel empowered and supported every step of the way. The smartest career decision you'll ever make starts with Smart 18. Find out more today at smart18info.com.
I'm Coach Greg Gard. Building a winning team takes more than talent. It takes preparation, strategy, and the right partners. The same is true for building a successful business. That's why I'm proud to work with Bank CMG. They understand what Wisconsin business owners need. Smart banking solutions, local decision making, and a partner who is invested in your success, not just in your account balance. Whether you're looking to finance equipment, manage cash flow, or expand your operations, Bank CMG has the experience and flexibility to help you grow. They're not a big national bank where you're just another number. They're a community bank where you talk to real people who understand your business and your market. I've spent my career building teams. Bank CMG helps Wisconsin businesses build theirs. If you're ready to work with a bank that gets it, visit bankcmg.com/business. Let's build something great together.
Bank CMG is an equal housing lender. Member FDIC.
The Island Resort and Casino welcomes you to another unforgettable golf season at Sweetgrass and Sage Run. Beginning in July, stay and play guests can preview the brand new 9-hole Cedar course inspired by the golden age of golf. At the Island, your golf trip becomes a full resort experience with relaxing spa treatments and exceptional dining to thrilling casino action. Courses open May 1st. Plan your golf adventure today at islandresortgolf.com.
Feels like the world is a little broken lately. Maybe all we need is a fix. Most spirits are acidic. Fix Vodka is different. Fix Vodka is the world's first high-alkaline, acid-free vodka. Handcrafted with natural spring water and select grain. Clean, smooth, done right. Better water, better vodka. Get your local Fix.
Fix Vodka.
Enjoy responsibly.
You know, I mean, your home is about as personal as it gets, right?
We want to build a relationship with homeowners, not only educating them, but we're getting to know them and allowing them an opportunity to get to know us.
Yeah, the interview goes both ways. Mm-hmm. Getting to know people while also serving them. It's so much more than just, okay, we're replacing your roof.
Besides that, it's just the right thing to do. See how Big Fish Contracting is renovating homes and redeeming an industry at bigfishcontracting.com.
You're listening to ESPN Wisconsin Draft Week on ESPN Wisconsin and the ESPN Wisconsin app.
Micah Parsons already threw you up on his Instagram story. Just what do you think about becoming teammates with another great Penn State pass rusher?
Yeah, I think it's really cool. Obviously, he's the best in the league, and it's really cool to be alongside him and get the opportunity to play for the Packers. So I'm excited.
Micah Parsons already threw you up on his Instagram story. Just what do you think about?
There you go, Will. Attaboy. Attaboy, Will. Run it back.
You guys don't want to hear it again?
No.
Denied Dennis Sutton that good with the Packers media just moments ago that Will wanted to play it twice. ESPN Wisconsin Draft Week continues. Alex Strouf, Josh DiMaggio, Will Sommers, the Mr. Relevant crew hanging out with you until 3 o'clock this afternoon here on ESPN Wisconsin. Joining us now from his new office, shiny new office at Lambeau Field for the third day in a row. Appreciate all of his hard work throughout the weekend is our buddy Jason Wilde. Jason, first off, Josh earlier this week declared that denied Dennis Sutton was his draft crush, and he wanted the Packers to draft him in the second round. They got him in the fourth, so you can imagine Joshy in a pretty good mood as the Packers select edge rusher denied Dennis Sutton in round number 4. Big one for Goody.
Is there a question in there?
I just wanted you to react.
He does this to me as well, Jason, where he just wants you to talk, but he doesn't indicate that super well.
You got it. I'm just saying, you got after Will for playing the rest of that clip a second
That's
time.
fair.
I just want to make it clear, Jason. This is not an interview. This is a conversation. Typically, when you have a conversation with your wife, do you respond with, "Is there a question in there?" I would imagine Paula would smack you if you did that.
But she does a much better job of indicating when she's done speaking, as opposed to big one for Goody.
Yeah.
Big one for Goody, Jason.
It is a big one for Goody, Strouf, and for Woj and the whole crew up there, Milt Hendrickson. Look, we talked leading into this draft about how vital it was going to be for them to have a good draft. And based on value, and I understand these guys still have to go out there and not suck, right? There have been plenty of times over the years that we've done this program in various formats where, can you believe they got this guy here? And then the guy stinks, and it doesn't matter that he was supposedly a great value on draft day because once you actually got him onto the team, he didn't get the job done. But to Joshy's point, if you don't want to trust Joshy, trust Dane Brugler, who had this dude as the 60th overall prospect, and you got him at 120. So even if he is overrated by Dane Brugler, the guy he's got a ton of production in college. Now, I thought Rob Reichel asked a really good question to Wojo, which was, what did you see from him when he was playing with Abdul Carter versus when he wasn't? Because obviously some players benefit from lining up opposite another really good edge rusher, at least during the first portion of the season. Rashawn Gary did, right? And so I thought that was the one, if you wanted to ding this and say, well, okay, maybe 2 years ago he was a beneficiary of playing with a top pick. Okay, that's fine. He's also going to play with a top pick here. Yeah. So that's not necessarily a bad thing in my mind. As soon as they made this pick, I thought, okay, they have done, and not that what I would have done is the gospel of what they should have done by any means. But I think if you're a Packers fan, or if you're a theoretical unbiased observer looking at where this team was, you felt they had to come out with a corner sometime before the 7th round, like they have in 3 of the last 4 drafts. And the one draft where they didn't take a 7th round corner, they didn't take one at all. They had to get help on the interior of the defensive line and get somebody who can at least play the nose part-time. And they needed to get more options at edge rusher, no matter how much you like Colin Oliver and Baron Sorrell. And so through 3 picks, they've done exactly that. And they've done it with some guys, maybe McClellan is, again, in the realm of the draft industrial complex, feels like a little bit of a reach, maybe. But Cece certainly isn't, and this guy certainly isn't.
Jason, when Goody talked to the media, he indicated that he had some interest in trying to get up into the end of the third round last night.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think Dennis Sutton was a guy they were targeting, and then after they were able to sleep on it, sort of evaluate the board, decided there was a chance they'd get him there anyways?
Yeah, great question, Joshy. I find myself wondering exactly that. Because he obviously had someone in mind when he was talking about their efforts to get up into the third round. And again, this guy would have been a value had they done it then, right?
Yep.
So I think it's possible. If I remember to, I will ask Goody that.
Thank you for your service. Jason Wilde with us here on ESPN Wisconsin Draft Week. Alex Strouf, Josh DiMaggio, Will Sommers hanging out with you until 3 o'clock this afternoon. So where does the attention go now, Jason? You think offensive line is got to be priority number one the rest of the way with 4 picks remaining?
Well, that's certainly the spot on my list that they haven't checked the box on, right? And again, Goody not only does not come on our show, but he does not check with me on what I feel his team's biggest needs are.
I think he
but
should.
For me, the check... clearly, or Josh.
Josh has been spot on this weekend. He's having a good weekend.
He has. He's had a very strong weekend for sure. Yes, I think that makes sense. I don't think there's any question that makes sense. I would be surprised if the 5th round pick is not an offensive lineman. But again, this is a team that has other needs too, and Goody has said on multiple occasions that he likes his depth on the offensive line. We may not agree, but if he really does like it, if he thinks getting Travis Glover back, if he thinks, Jacob Monk is better than maybe he appeared to be in that Minnesota game against that front that Brian Flores runs, if he thinks that Darian Kennard is a legit swing tackle, then if those are the things he believes, then he probably does like his depth on the offensive line better than we do.
The positions I'm still curious about are running back and tight end. Those are ones where I know you and Tausch talked at length about this. I think it was on Thursday's show of Wilde and Tausch, where, okay, running back, maybe they're more of a believer in Marshawn Lloyd to finally be healthy and have the ability to contribute in 2026 than maybe some of the fan base is, because we're impatient fans and not general managers and scouts. And tight end, we don't know if they're believers in Luke Musgrave. They had John Fitzpatrick playing over him last year after Tucker Kraft went down. They had Josh Wiley playing meaningful snaps over him once Tucker Kraft went down. And Tucker Kraft is on a contract year. We anticipate he will be extended. But after that, we don't really know what that position looks like after 2026. So that's another position group where I go, is that something they could address in round 5 or 6?
What do they have left now? They've got 4 picks left.
Yeah, 5, 6, and 2 in the 7.
And 2 7s. If they were to take a lineman, a running back, a tight end, and then, hey, Goody, get crazy. Do whatever you want with that final 7th round pick. How would we, even someone who has been branded as ESPN Wisconsin's Goody hater, which I still maintain I am not, how would I, based, again, because we don't know what they will ultimately do, but how would you be critical of what he's done? He would have checked literally every box. And, again, I am not in the crowd that believes they should use one of these remaining picks on a quarterback just for the sake of taking a quarterback. The Malik Willis thing worked out great. That doesn't mean that Desmond Ritter's going to work out great, but maybe some other cast-off quarterback could, right? Maybe it's Kyle McCord, for all we know. Mm-hmm. I just think, if you can add that 5th round offensive lineman, which Lord knows they've had plenty of good ones come out of the 4th and 5th rounds, and then you add a 6th round tight end, maybe out of Boston College, because I hear 6th round tight ends out of Boston College turn out okay. I'm not sure about them as radio hosts, but they're pretty damn good football players.
Touch and go. And
then you've got your 2 7th round picks. I think that it will be hard to look at this draft if they manage to do that and say they left a stone or 2 unturned because of who they picked. And they didn't, again, these picks have to pan out. I want to make sure that, one of my frustrations with the draft industrial complex is how quick to judge we are. Oh my God, I like this pick, so this is a good pick, right? I mean, there's been plenty of years where people have been really excited about a pick and the guy didn't get it done. And then there's other years where you're like, this guy sucks. And the guy turns out to be a really good player. And then occasionally, Justin Harrell comes around where Ted Thompson gets booed off the stage, and he deserved to with that pick. So I'm eager to see how the rest of the day plays out for sure.
Jason, have you been surprised by the, let's say, aggressiveness, Goody trading up in the third round, expressing interest in trading up again? We've known him to be the guy who's trying to acquire a ton of picks and sort of get as many shots as possible. And also as part of that, do you think that next year's 11 picks has factored into the equation of feeling more comfortable coming away with less picks than originally, or that he's used to taking?
Yes, on all counts. First of all, I think his aggressiveness to trade up, to take McClellan, and to and I think your theory is right. Again, I want to hopefully get it confirmed. But the idea that he was trying to trade up for Dennis Sutton, that to me says the only time he's really willing to trade up is when there's a very clear bargain to be had and he sees a guy that has no business being on the board still. Because what he said about McClellan, whether you agree with it or whether your draft guide that you bought at the grocery store has him rated highly or not, was that they considered him at 52. And if they considered him at 52 and then he's still sitting there at 77, then it makes sense that they would go up to try and get him, because they're thinking, not just, he may not last till 84, but it's how the hell is this guy still on our board? Goody said yesterday he stuck out like a sore thumb. So he was probably, as we've talked about many times, they've got along the left side of the board the rounds. They've got the positions horizontally across the top. I'm guessing in that second round across the board, he was probably the only guy that was left with a second round grade on Goody's board. So unless this guy was too, right? I mean, I'd be curious to know, what grade they had on Dennis Sutton. Deny. How do I say this again?
Deny Dennis Sutton.
Deny Dennis. So it's hyphenated. The Dennis and the Sutton are. So it's not like John Eric Sullivan, where John Eric is hyphenated.
Thank you, Jason. I just got bombarded with criticism, and I was like, that's a long last name to fit on the back of a jersey.
Jason, he was talking about, the length of the name on the back of the jersey, which I found incredibly not worth our time. I do wonder because if you look
I wasn't concerned about how it was going to, for the record, I wasn't concerned about how it's going to fit on the jersey.
They've got
I was just
great
making
equipment
sure that
staff.
I had his name right. That's all I was interested in.
And the women in the what part of the what would they be called? The seamstresses there that do all the jerseys and that stuff for them. They know what to do.
Marge is retired.
Oh no! When did she retire? Is this news?
A couple years ago.
Yeah, a couple years ago.
So who is it now?
Great question.
You should know this.
I'm gonna just take control here. We're gonna move on.
Let me get back to you on that.
All right, thank you. I appreciate that.
Ask Goody that too after you ask about DDS. The thing that makes it interesting, the deny Dennis Sutton pick, is he is the type of guy that the Packers covet. He has a 996 RAS score, the relative athletic score, and do not bring that up to him, Jason, by the way. They don't use that. They don't use anything like that. They just have their own system that's probably very similar.
They have the gas.
Right.
The Goody athletic score.
But I would be interested because that would be the sort of thing where he was mentioned in the second round by some people. You mentioned Dane Brugler. He was not the only one. So if they ended up with guys they viewed as three guys as potential second round picks, it's hard to, you don't want to give them a grade already, but it's hard to look at it and not think this fell exactly the way they were hoping.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I would agree. And again, this is one of the reasons too why, and I always think of Mike Sherman, who is a wonderful guy. But as the late, great Bob Harlan admitted very quickly, He should have never made him the coach and the GM, right? He should have had a better succession plan in place. You know, Ron Wolf had told him a year earlier that he was considering retiring. I think Bob really liked Mike Sherman a lot, and he didn't want to hire someone who might then fire him. But in retrospect, he probably should have tried to get Ted right away to replace Ron, and then maybe it would have worked better, right? But the reason I bring up Mike Sherman's name is because what he was terrible at as a GM was falling in love with players and then giving up assets to go get that specific player. Like, that is a surefire recipe to devastate your depth. And he traded up for BJ Sander. Like, the idea that you not only drafted a punter, no matter how wonderful of a human being I think Mike Sherman is, that's bad. That's malpractice. And he wasn't the only one. There was a defensive tackle named Donnell Washington, who I'll never forget. You think my dogs are obnoxious when I'm on the radio? His dogs were the entire conference call. You could not hear Donnell. You could only hear his pit bulls. And my point is that guy you did not have to jump your board to get that guy. And if you look back, that's when the years that this team has had dips in its personnel, that's one of them there. Ted Thompson, for whatever foibles he may have had as a GM, maybe he went the other way and traded back too many times and maybe missed out occasionally, like a TJ Watt, but other examples too, on guys that could have really helped, and he was looking for value. But I think what Goody has done tonight, or the last 3 days, the one trade up was not a massive trade up. I would say their 5th round pick. It would be nice to have had it, sure. But if he ends up with 7 picks and he doesn't trade back the rest of the day, it will be the smallest class he's ever had. And for a team that had as many needs as we saw it having going into these picks, the fact that he might be able to fill them all and do it with only 7 picks is pretty darn impressive.
Jason Wilde's hanging out with us on ESPN Wisconsin Draft Week. Jason, we have a 2-minute break coming up, and then we'll do a quick segment. Will has an important question for you. I have an important question for you. Are you cool hanging on?
That was the question I was waiting for. Sure. For Will, I'll do it.
Okay. My question is much less important than Will's. Will let us know that he's a little nervous to ask you the question he's going to ask you, so I'm looking forward to this. We will stick with. Oh, go ahead, Jason. Yeah.
Well, somebody needs to fill me in here. Do I have a reputation that I'm intimidating, that you should be afraid of?
We will discuss that coming up next. It's ESPN Wisconsin Draft Week.
We're back after this on ESPN Wisconsin Draft Week.
Don't think twice. Call Geist.
Don't let a busted garage door get you down. Call my friends at Geist today. For 70 years, Geist has been the trusted garage door authority in Wisconsin. With brands like CHI and LiftMaster, they have doors for every budget and will even build custom designs to get your exact needs. For swift and reliable garage repair solutions, go to geistdoors.com. That's GEIS doors.com. You can also visit their amazing showroom in Brookfield, featuring hundreds of doors and openers and their custom design room.
Don't think twice. Call Geist.
Hi, it's John Reitz from Great Midwest Bank. And while buying a home is a big deal, it certainly doesn't have to be and shouldn't be a stressful experience. At Great Midwest Bank, we combine competitive rates, fast pre-approvals, and honest advice from knowledgeable loan officers to help you every step of the way through your home buying or building journey. For 90 years, our customers have been part of the GMB family. Experience a state of tranquility at GreatMidwestBank.com. Great Midwest Bank, your simply local equal housing lender.
$2.3 million. A recent Schwab survey of Americans says that it takes $2.3 million to be wealthy. Well, you may have had your financial plan set on a bigger or a more humble number. But if you're looking for added insights on how to get there or how to avoid some tax pitfalls on the way, Annex Wealth Management is ready to listen. Mark Tauscher here, and whether your situation is complex or simple, the Annex Wealth Management team can give you wealth expertise and guidance on reaching your goals. Annex Wealth Management. Know the difference.
Planning a high-level event shouldn't feel overwhelming. I'm Tiara Gomez, founder of Events by Design. For over 25
25 years, we've helped companies turn complex, high-pressure events into seamless, unforgettable experiences. When trying to engage your team and pull off something meaningful, the details matter. From concept to execution, we design every event so it reflects your vision and delivers real impact. No missed moments, just refined experiences people will remember. Let's start designing today. Search online, Events by Design.
Hey, it's Rich Eisen. You're listening to 94.5 ESPN WKTI and WKTI HD Milwaukee.
A locally owned Good Karma brand station.
The clock is ticking. Front offices are scrambling. Fans are pacing. And every pick, it changes everything.
With the 78th pick, with the 45th pick, the 26th pick, in the 2023, in the 2020, and the 2024 NFL Draft.
The Green Bay Packers.
The Green Bay Packers.
The Green Bay Packers.
The Green Bay Packers. Select Jordan Love. Tucker Kraft.
Edgerrin Cooper. Linebacker.
Quarterback. Tight end, South Dakota State.
This is ESPN Wisconsin draft coverage.
With the 52nd pick, with the 77th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Green Bay Packers select Brandon Cece, Chris McClellan, defensive back, defensive tackle, South Carolina, Missouri.
Now broadcasting live from the Gruber Law Offices, One Call That's All studio at the Avenue in downtown Milwaukee. Here's Alex Strouf and Josh DiMaggio.
Well done by Will Sommers, getting the Irish harps in there. That was really well done on the fly there by Will Sommers. Alex Strouf, Josh DiMaggio, Will Sommers, Jason Wilde with you on ESPN Wisconsin's draft coverage until 3 o'clock this afternoon. All right, Will, after your moment to shine there with the harps, I know you have a really important question for Jason Wilde, that we are having him stay for another couple minutes before the Packers are on the clock shortly with pick 13 of the 5th round. The floor is yours, buddy.
Jason, I was just curious, where do you get your sweatshirts at? I see you always wearing some pretty cool sweatshirts. Today it looks like you got, what is that, like a Minnesota Twins throwback sweatshirt? It looks like it's got some history, a story behind it. So I'm just curious, what is your process on buying your sweatshirts and where do you get them?
Is it a Paul Molitor connection?
It's a great question. No, there's no connection other than I like old school logos. So I have like the old Bruin, UCLA Bruin Bear, and I like the old school Bucky as opposed to the Motion W. Great question, Will.
Double
why
great
were
question.
You so afraid to ask?
Because I heard you say great question to Josh, and I was nervous that I was not going.
And
to
you
say
just got two great
and I got
questions.
two.
Mm-hmm. And notice Strouf, who asks me a lot of questions, although didn't in the first installment of our conversation, has not gotten one of those. So, Will, how old are you?
I'm 23.
All right, you're perfect. You're exactly the age, the target demo for this, I think. So, Paula and I like to do some thrifting, and so she's got Poshmark. I've got eBay. Basically we're not independently wealthy like Strouf is, so we like to try and you won the lottery a few years ago, didn't you?
If we're talking about the fiance lottery, hell yeah, I did.
Yes, you definitely. No, you more than did that. That was more like, never mind. You're out of your, like, we could make a movie of out of your league. And you did really well for yourself. And she's amazing.
My bank account does not
lucky.
state that. My bank account does not state that I won the lottery. I will tell you that it's missing several commas. In fact, I don't know that there's a single comma in my bank account.
Okay, so I'm also thrifty in terms of what I purchase, and there's a website that I'm pretty sure is young folks like you, because when we go out and do our thrifting, there's a lot of like 20-something types that are going through the racks or the bins at the Goodwill dig and save that are clearly flipping stuff. And this site is called Depop. And I'm telling you, it must be all people that are Will's age, because I got this there for $10.
Wow.
And it's in like great, but they're not looking to, put kids through college like we are. So they're looking to turn a quick buck. So I've gotten some great bargains. I I've got a Florida Gulf Coast one that I got for like $8. Like I love hoodies. This is my this is what I like to wear, hoodies and shorts. And I did a speaking engagement a couple weeks ago, and I asked the guy who happens to also be my neighbor who invited me, "Hey, what do I need to wear?" He said, "Oh, just wear what you always wear." I'm like, "No." You want me to show up in a hoodie and shorts? I don't think that's what you're looking for.
Some yellow Nikes to match.
I do match my shoes as well. Good pop. Thank you very much.
All right, final question for me, and I guess I don't know what your schedule looks like the rest of the afternoon. Because it's the last one. Good one. I don't know what your schedule looks like the rest of the afternoon. We may talk to you in the 2 o'clock hour as well. But we're going to do this segment a bit later.
So.
We're going to do this segment a bit later where we talk about our favorite draft buzzwords. Because this time of the year, you get words like explosive and twitchy that you really only hear around the NFL draft.
Rangy.
So is there any word that comes to your mind that you go, I love when I hear a prospect described that way?
Boy, that's a good question.
Thank you, Jason. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Time to prepare. Well, I can give you one. Anytime, and this is more of a phrase, but the coach's kid. The coach's kid distinction, that one always makes me laugh because that's usually talking about a specific type of guy.
So there's a couple things. First of all, the one that I like the most, like legitimately like, as opposed to annoying me, is the guy's just a football player. Like, I think that is just the ultimate compliment, or like, and I would say this about you guys. I'm not trying to make up for giving Strouf a hard time, but like, I always like it in my role when people say the guy's just a pro, right? He's just a pro. He does the job the right way. He doesn't search for affirmation. He's not doing it for any other reason other than wanting to do a good job. So that's one of the things I like. When I read the summary of give me the Packers' latest pick again. So I pronounce it Deny
Dennis Sutton.
Okay. Deny, when I read this, he isn't very deceptive as a pass rusher, but his hands are active and aggressive, which allows him to mix up his attack with varying swims, stabs, rips, and chops, which I really enjoyed. So yeah, the one that I am annoyed by all the time is best player available. I just find that to be such a fallacy and such a cop-out.
You've been covering the worst team possible for that phrase to be a thorn in your side.
Yeah, we do hear it a lot. But look, to be fair, I think Goody has done a pretty good job of acknowledging, and he did this when we talked to him on whatever that was, Tuesday, of acknowledging that, the bias of need is baked into the cake. And that even if you're trying not to be biased about it when you're building your board, you're probably inherently biased. Like, now, does he admit where his needs are? I guess more so than Ted did. Like, he at least says that golden phrase of, we need to add some there, which is a euphemism for the guys we have aren't good enough, so we need more good guys. And I think they feel like Cece, or as Homer called him, Sissy, is going to be one of those guys that helps him.
Certainly hope so. All right, Jason, I'm sure we will talk to you again before our coverage wraps up at 3 o'clock. Packers about, where are we at here? About 10 picks away, not even, from their 5th round selection. So you've got press conferences to attend and a new player to talk to here in the next half an hour. We appreciate the visit. We'll talk to you soon.
It was truly my pleasure, Strouf.
All right, Chick-fil-A, get out of here.
Take care. Be good.
It's the great Jason Wilde. You hear him every weekday from 9 until noon. I just looked up at the screen and I saw defensive tackle, what I thought said Nick Barnett, but Nick Barrett from South Carolina. So Cese's teammate just gets drafted there, pick 145 to the Los Angeles Chargers. Packers pick coming soon. Between now and the Packers pick, which is only 10 picks, the Browns have 4 picks in the 5th round.
Yeah, they've taken what we believed about Goody of trading back, getting more, because the boards will tell you, and sort of the equations that they make will tell you trading back is oftentimes where you gain the most value. Now there is depreciating returns because the further you get back, the less options you primarily have. But they've taken that to a whole new level.
And I think
they've done it in consecutive years because they traded out of number 2 overall.
Yeah, that's right.
And they've traded back a bunch. So, yeah, that's how you end up.
They just traded up with Seattle. I don't think that's actually been reported yet. But, no, I take that back. Seattle has traded up with Cleveland. That's just updated on my ESPN page.
Yeah.
So they only have 3 picks now, but that means they're going to add more picks later.
Right.
So they've picked 146, pick 149, pick 152. The Packers have picked 153. So a lot of new Browns will be selected. Hopefully they don't take anybody Goody's looking at. I would guess this is the offensive line round here in round 5, but we will find out shortly as the Packers pick is coming up quick. We are with you until 3 o'clock across ESPN Wisconsin. Thanks for hanging out with us on your Saturday. You could be spending time doing anything, but you're spending time with us, and we really do appreciate it and do not take it for granted. We continue right after this on ESPN Wisconsin Draft Week.
We're back after this on ESPN Wisconsin Draft Week. All day, every day. The Cardless Talk and Text line is open for you.
We're not trying to get from A to B. We're trying to get from A to SB, as in the Super Bowl.
800-990-3776. The Cardless Talk and Text line. This is more.
Earth Justice is a national legal nonprofit defending the environment and people's health. Until justice stands for all, our lawyers will never rest. More at earthjustice.org/neverrest. Earth Justice, because the earth needs a good lawyer.
This is where neighbors look out for one another, where careers get moving, and families settle in, where local businesses become your favorite go-tos, where making life easier for those around you is just what you do. This is where it all clicks. This is where you belong. Citizens Bank. Bank where you belong. Find your branch at citizensbankwi.bank. Citizens Bank is member FDIC.
Look, it's Jake from our store in Kenosha.
Hi, Monica. Hi, Sarah. Hi, Rick. Your email said you had a big surprise. Look and tell me what you see.
Wow, I see 9 perfect examples of the classic diamond solitaire engagement ring. They're gorgeous.
These rings are exactly what people imagine when they hear the words engagement ring.
Monica, do you think it will always be like that? Ever more.
That long?
And each of these is 3/4 of a carat.
$998.
Unbelievable. So how much do we sell them for?
That is how much we sell them for. Can we do that?
We're the largest employee-owned jewelry company in America, Rick. We can do anything we want.
But for how long?
Evermore.
People can choose any of the 9 most popular style solitaires, 3/4 of a carat, and each of them was created in the heart of a miniature star.
5 different diamond shapes, 2 colors of gold. Evermore, just $998. Or $1498 with 1 carat diamond center with diamonds on the side.
Learn more at KesslersDiamonds.com.
When you work smart, incredible things can happen. By joining Smart 18, the union for Wisconsin sheet metal workers, you'll open the door to a brighter future. You'll learn and earn more. Enjoy awesome benefits across the board. Build a great career and feel empowered and supported every step of the way. The smartest career decision you'll ever make starts with Smart 18. Find out more today at smart18info.com.
We have standards in Wisconsin. Cheese should squeak. Sports and tailgating go hand in hand with brats aplenty. And beef is a delicacy where each bite makes you close your eyes for a second. For 50 years, Bunzel's has been hand-selecting the finest beef, making homemade specialty sausages, and crafting award-winning jerky right here at home. Because Wisconsin is still cattle country, quality isn't optional. It's expected. And after 5 decades, Bunzel's still delivers. Stop in today at 90th and Burleigh or at bunzels.com.
The Run for the Roses is coming to St. Kate the Arts Hotel. Join us Saturday, May 2nd for the Kentucky Derby Day in partnership with Woodford Reserve. Watch the race live, sip on specialty cocktails including the classic mint julep, and dress to impress. Best hat and best dress contests are on the card. Admission is free, or you can upgrade to VIP for $75 for exclusive food stations and 2 complimentary cocktails. Visit stkatearts.com to RSVP or grab your tickets at stkatearts.com.
The Island Resort and Casino welcomes you to another unforgettable golf season at Sweetgrass and Sage Run. Beginning in July, stay and play guests can preview the brand new 9-hole Cedar course, inspired by the golden age of golf. At the Island, your golf trip becomes a full resort experience with relaxing spa treatments and exceptional dining to thrilling casino action. Courses open May 1st. Plan your golf adventure today at islandresortgolf.com. You're listening to ESPN Wisconsin Draft Week on ESPN Wisconsin and the ESPN Wisconsin app.
Surprised to see him there so late in the draft?
Yes, definitely. For as productive as he was as a player in college, and his ability, and he still has upside to go with it, yes, we were absolutely surprised.
Director of Player Personnel, Woj. On Joshy's Guy, DDS tonight, Dennis Sutton, the newest Green Bay Packer. We'll find out shortly who the newest Green Bay Packer will be, even newer than DDS. Only a couple picks away from the Green Bay Packers' 5th round selection here on ESPN Wisconsin Draft Week. Alex Strouf, Josh DiMaggio, Will Sommers hanging out with you in downtown Milwaukee until 3 o'clock this afternoon.
It feels good when you say something about a player and then the head of player personnel just parrots exactly what, not that he was listening to what I'm saying, but has the exact same opinion where I was saying he's a type of guy that's more productive and has more experience to be drafted at a 4th round level there. I'm very excited. We have reached out. I have gotten in contact with Justice, who is how I discovered who DDS was. I listened to him on a podcast. So he gets the full credit for me falling in love with this guy, and he's going to be joining us some point here in this hour to wax poetically about DDS.
Love that. Yeah, I'm just going to cut you too loose, to be honest with you, because look, I love giving you a hard time, but me and Will have well documented this over the course of the last year or so on Mr. Relevant. You've been on fire the last year plus.
It's weird for me to say that I trust his draft pick more than yours. That's crazy to say. And I'm such a bad guy for that. I should be in jail.
I didn't go that far. We still got a lot of program left, though.
It did hurt your feelings that Will immediately became more suspicious of his own team's draft pick because it was your guy.
I love
it. It doesn't make you feel great.
I love everything about the pick except that you liked him. Like, the Bears needed a corner.
Yeah.
Seems like he was highly productive, has good measurables, but you picked him.
Yeah, I did. Guilty. Guilty as charged.
And adding to that, from my side as a Packers fan, I am now happy the Bears took the guy that you picked because I am less confident in a guy that would be the apple of your eye.
Ryan, the Bears fan, that's his name on the text line, chimes in. Strouf, tell us more about your draft crush. I'd like to hear about that player. His name is Malik Muhammad, and he is the newest member of the Chicago Bears. That is my comment at this point.
Mm-hmm. And we hope we see Matthew Golden burning him all over the field for years.
I hope he sucks, but I did.
I'm on Fanatics right now with the Malik Muhammad jersey. What size are you? Like, just let me know. I will order it. These things aren't cheap either.
You're a medium, but you try and wear a large because it makes you feel better.
It's actually higher than that. I'm a large, but I wear an extra large. Although this extra large fits pretty good.
Yeah, you shrink it in the wash a little bit.
You always got to go small with jerseys, though.
Yeah,
I wear a large in
jerseys.
jerseys.
You look goofy.
Yeah.
Sometimes even a medium in jerseys.
When I went to the playoff game, I felt like I was on the team because the jersey was
shoulder pads.
massive.
Yeah, you need shoulder pads.
We were wearing so many layers.
That makes sense. All right, ESPN Wisconsin Draft Week. Dr. Denver Dan chimes in. Reverse mind tricks by Strouf. That's what I'm doing with Malik Muhammad. Absolutely.
Except for this is more than just, we didn't do our guys this week. We did them the previous week.
Well, you did yours last Friday. I did mine this past Monday.
Yeah. Was it last Friday or was it last Wednesday?
It might have been, well, you might be right. It might have been last Wednesday, last Friday.
I've been on the DDS train for a while here. It certainly was a guy who I went and looked back. I was talking about before April even hit with some of my friends and sending them highlight tapes of DDS. When it comes to me falling in love with and having a draft crush, I go all the way. There's no half stepping. We do deep dives, and that's how I ended up to where I am right now, thrilled with the Green Bay Packers 4th round pick.
Pick is in at pick 148. The Packers hold pick 153 here in the 5th round. That is the pick they got in the Tavian Wicks trade from Philadelphia. They also initially held on to pick 160, 7 picks later, which was pick 120, or excuse me, pick 20 in this 5th round. But they traded that pick yesterday to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers to move up 7 spots to draft defensive tackle Chris McClellan. So they initially had 8 picks in this draft. They're back down to 7. Their double round is the final round of this draft. It will be after we're off the air. In the 7th round, the Packers will have 2 picks in that round. But a 5th round pick, a 6th round pick, and 2 picks in the 7th is what the Packers have remaining. They have gone all defense thus far. Brandon Cece, the cornerback out of South Carolina, in the 2nd round at pick number 52. At pick 77, they traded up to draft Chris McClellan, the defensive tackle out of Missouri. And in the 3rd round, in the 4th round, Joshy's guy denied Dennis Sutton, the edge rusher out of Penn State. And at least in the past year, Penn State edge rushers have worked out all right in Green Bay. Of course, when Micah Parsons went to college.
When it comes to Penn State guys in recent history, their teams haven't achieved as much, but they've had a lot of really quality players come out of that program. James Franklin did a remarkable job recruiting a lot of those guys, and then they had the NIL money to support that. I just want to notify anyone, if you are following me on Twitter at Josh_DiMaggio, it's going to be nothing but deny Dennis Sutton propaganda for probably the following month. And then
Try
it
like
might slow
3
down.
years.
I'm reading a tweet here from Adam Carter. The only edge prospects since 2015 with a RS score, relative athletic score, over 9.89 and a pressure rate over 17% in at least one college season. Those names: Myles Garrett.
Pretty good.
Deny Dennis Sutton.
We'll find out.
TJ Watt.
Pretty good.
Montez Sweat.
Pretty good.
Malachi Lawrence was drafted.
Yep.
And Aiden Hutchinson.
Also pretty good.
Those are good signals. Those are good signs. That's stuff we like to see.
The Browns just acquired Justin Jefferson.
Huh.
The linebacker from Alabama.
At least
I was
going
gonna
to
say.
the same position.
I just wanted to let that one breathe a little bit. Justin Jefferson, the newest Cleveland Brown. All right, the Raiders on the clock at pick 150. As I mentioned, the Packers have pick 153. So let's do this. Let's take a quick break. When we come back, we will have the Packers' 5th round pick. We will make our final What do you want?
I thought I was going to be able to start giving my draft sayings. I have a couple.
Yeah, we're going to get to it.
But these are like interesting
This
ones.
I will just say this. We're only on the air till 3, so this Packers pick is probably going to be the last one we get.
Can I give one?
Go ahead.
So this would be to describe a running back. He runs like a long-tailed cat in a room full of rocking chairs.
Wait a minute.
What?
Wait,
You don't get it?
these are phrases you wrote?
Yeah.
This is different than what
just
I
like
asked
sayings I've heard.
You've heard that.
These are made up. These have never been said on the air, but I think it's a good one.
Okay, but you just said they were sayings you've heard.
I think you missed the prompt.
I asked you for your favorite draft cliches, like explosive, rangy.
Oh, I was thinking of things like things Mel Kiper would say as they're rolling the highlights on a
Wait, so
pick.
you've wrote these?
Yeah, like they're just sayings.
How many do you have?
Of ones like that, like 3 more?
Okay, so what we should do at some point,
I could come up with more.
we should just play the football music and let you do your Mel Kiper impression. I'm going to throw a name at you, and then you're going to give me some of those.
Yeah.
All
I
right,
have
we'll do
like
that later.
A couple for positions.
Okay, we got to get to a break because pick 151's on the clock. Packers at pick 153. Let's go to break. Packers pick, last predictions, and reaction when we come back on ESPN Wisconsin Draft Week.
We're back after this on ESPN Wisconsin Draft Week.
Fisco is always there for your auto body care. When accidents happen, Fisco Auto Body on Forest Home in Franklin is there when you need them. Got a broken mirror? They'll take care of it. Dented bumper? Scratch paint? Fisco Auto Body will take care of it. If there's any damage you need fixed, Fisco has you covered. Their expert workmanship is guaranteed for the life of your vehicle. So stop in for all of your auto bumps and dings. Once again, you know the line. That's Fisco.
Hey, it's ESPN Wisconsin's Alex Strouf. A couple of months ago, I knew one thing for sure. I had the girl. What I didn't know was what came next. Luckily, a friend of mine told me about the team at Robert Hack Diamonds and the job they do, getting you from knowing you have the girl to down on one knee. I had never been through this process before buying an engagement ring. I had an idea of what she wanted. She'd sent me pictures of some hints and some ideas, but I wanted it to be special and different, and that's where Robert Hack Diamonds came in. They created my fiance's dream ring, and it made that moment, that much more special. So if you, like me, know you've got the girl but don't really know what comes next, go see the team at Robert Hack Diamonds. 3 locations in the Milwaukee area, 1 in Greenfield, where I went, and 2 in Brookfield, north and south. Their custom jewelry is made on site, lab-grown options, natural diamond options, and all the in-betweens. Stop in today or visit them online, roberthackdiamonds.com. That's Robert Hack, H-A-A-C-K, diamonds.com. And after you get that yes, yes, like me, you'll say heck yeah, thanks to Robert Hack Diamonds.
Hail damage? Siding Unlimited is here to help. We are not the storm chasers. That's important. Siding Unlimited doesn't chase storms. However, if the storm comes into our area like it just did, we're always available to help. Why is that important? Storm chasers skip town, leaving you with a roof with zero warranty. Siding Unlimited uses a roofing system that will get you a 50-year warranty on parts, pieces, and workmanship. Siding Unlimited will be there if you have a call down the road. Siding Unlimited is your local family partner on this project. We're here for you. Siding Unlimited. New roofing, siding, windows, and doors. Call Siding Unlimited or visit sidingunlimited.com today.
Mark Tauscher here, and you know I love a smart play from the pocket. That's why I joined UW Credit Union. With their mobile banking app, I can make smart plays from anywhere. And with rewards checking perks like early payday, I score my money sooner. Stop by any of their local branches or visit uwcu.org to join and make the smart play by becoming a UW Credit Union member like I did. Federally insured by NCUA. Terms and conditions apply.
It all started with a small storefront and a big promise. Treat every customer just like family. For decades, local families have trusted Sendix to provide the freshest food, the warmest smiles, and a place where community comes first. From generation to generation, we have grown together. Because Sendix is more than just a grocery store. It's home. Thank you for allowing us to serve you for the past 100 years. Here's to the next 100 years. Sendix, your trusted local grocer.
Remember how you felt when you were 25? Your morning workouts were a breeze. You had a drive that kicked in way before your first cup of coffee. Does it feel like you're losing your edge? You know, it might not be your age. It could be low testosterone. At Mentality, we'll get to the bottom of what's really going on and build a personalized plan using testosterone replacement and peptide therapies to help restore your energy, focus, and drive. Get back to being the guy you used to be. Book your appointment with Mentality at lowtusa.com. Again, that's lowtusa.com.
Looking to transform your home with stylish furniture and home accessories without breaking the bank? At your local IKEA in Oak Creek, they believe everyone deserves a beautiful and affordable living experience that enhances your everyday life. From comfortable and fashionable sofas and sectionals, to kitchens full of inspiration, to bedrooms designed to help you find your best sleep and relaxation, IKEA's home furnishing combines form and function to fit any lifestyle and budget. Visit IKEA Oak Creek today or explore their collection online at ikea.com/US.
This is ESPN Wisconsin Draft Week on ESPN Wisconsin and the ESPN Wisconsin app.
With the 153rd pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Green Bay Packers have selected Jagger Burton, center from Kentucky. He is rated on ESPN.com as the 9th best center and the 242nd overall player on ESPN.com. 6'4", 312-pound center from Kentucky. So they do address offensive line. They go at the center position, which is interesting to me after they lock up Sean Ryan. So twofold thing. Clearly, they're not huge believers in Jacob Monk.
Lance Zierlein is an NFL analyst. He is known for his offensive line scouting. He has Jagger as a fifth-year senior, so a guy who's played for a while. He profiles as a center, but could offer swing potential at guard. So he is another one of those guys that I would imagine if that's something Lance Zierlein from the NFL Network sees, the Packers probably see it too because we know that's one of their favorite things. Could he end up just being the center replacement behind or the backup behind Sean Ryan in the plan of the future? Certainly. But it does seem like he would offer potential to fill in any of those guard spots if you suffer injuries or you need to kick out a guy like Anthony Belton based on Zach Tom's return timetable.
Yeah, it just seems to be an insurance plan on the interior, right? You mentioned it earlier. Darian Kennard is viewed as their swing tackle, so behind Zach Tom and Jordan Morgan. Inside, we don't really know what they have. So Jagger Burton, a guy who started in college at both guard spots and center, gets brought in to be part of the depth plan. And I would imagine, specifically with UDFAs over the course of the next couple of weeks, they're going to continue to add to that room just to bring in some more competition in terms of depth because they have their starting five solidified. But it seems to me like this pick is more so, hey, if anybody goes down inside, Jagger Burton hopefully can be a guy that can step in and play.
It also does offer the position because I thought Sean Ryan at times played rather adequate guard as well.
Yeah.
It does offer the position. So say a guard goes down and he's not ready to play guard, you can move him to center. And then kick Sean Ryan out. Now, obviously, you're not trying to move your center really ever if you don't have to, but it does offer certainly options there at the interior that I think is probably the last remaining weak position, specifically the interior of the offensive line.
And the Packers still have yet to pick a player who they had a top 30 visit with, and at pick 154 to the San Francisco 49ers, Louisiana linebacker Jaden Duggar goes, who they did have in on a top 30 visit. So interesting to keep an eye on that. In past years, Goody has brought in 4 or 5 per year, each of the last 4 years. Guys he had in on top 30 visits. Still nobody for the Packers this year.
Jason talked about it, and we circled offensive line here as the next thing that we would pick as the remaining need that was rather obvious. I think if you would have told me going into this draft, the Packers went cornerback, defensive tackle, edge, and offensive line, I would have told you that is exactly the way they want them to go. I have no idea how good this most recent pick, whose name's already escaping me.
Jagger Burton.
Jagger Burton. The only Jaeger I know comes in a green tinted bottle and has a deer on it usually, but if they're showing conviction on him, the consensus rate wasn't too high. But the Packers hit on guys like this all of the time. And when it comes to any position, I'm going to trust Brian Gutekunst and his scouting staff on. It's going to be offensive line. We all remember the ill-fated Josh Myers pick over a guy like Creed Humphrey, who was consensus ranked ahead of him. This is a much different draft. There had already been centers off the board. So it does seem like this is a guy they coveted in the 5th round here.
Jagger Burton, 23 years old, originally from Lexington, Kentucky, committed to play for his home state school over places like Ohio State, Oregon, Clemson, and Alabama. As a senior in high school, he was named the Kentucky Gatorade Football Player of the Year, the Paul Hornung Award winner as the state's top player, and the Mr. Kentucky Football Award winner. So the guy's got some chops, at least, some accolades, and as we mentioned, has started at center and both guard positions in college. So versatility, Packers always look for that in the offensive line, and a guy who they can bring in for some depth, which they desperately need at that position group. So there you go. Jagger Burton is your newest Green Bay Packer, drafted as a center officially, but his Wikipedia page lists him as a guard.
Interesting.
We love his versatile. We love our versatile linemen in Green Bay.
Yes, and also for all those wondering, he was the most athletic center in the combine this year. He has a 96 athleticism score. I do not have his RAS score off of hand, but that it just fits exactly what the Green Bay Packers are typically looking for. They're always going to lean into those guys.
I have his RAS score.
I see it here, 991.
I have 988.
Jeez.
So very, very high.
Yeah.
But Goody doesn't look at that.
Right. And I do take him at his word that he's not using at Math Bomb RAS football like relative athletic score. Do I think they have some sort of composite ranking that bases it on height, weight, density, and position and then rates them? Yes, I do. Because most of the time, the Packers lean on athleticism as any sort of tiebreaker or move up in terms of position rankings.
My buddy Matt Freilich just tweeted this. Local economists in Green Bay are suggesting there should be a 40% increase in Jaeger bombs being ordered at Green Bay bars tonight after Green Bay selects Jagger Burton at pick 153. Mm-hmm. Do one in celebration tonight responsibly.
When was the last time you had yourself a Jaeger bomb?
It's been a while.
Yeah.
It's been a while.
Feels like it's fallen out of favor a little bit. Are they back?
Will just shook his head no, so I'm going to assume they have not.
The kids are still doing Jaeger bombs?
I don't know if it's just me, but I had a friend who
Jaeger bomb guy
loved to Jaeger bomb. So every time we go out,
I did in college, but I haven't done one since.
I'm tired of them doing too many.
The shot, the bomb is certainly popular. The flavored vodkas with the different flavor of energy drink. But I felt like the Jaeger has fallen out of favor, but I could be misled on this. I mean, that's an obvious endorsement for the young man, right?
I will. It should be. I will do some research for you, some market research for you after the show's over. That sound good?
You're going to ask the bartender outside how often they're pouring Jaeger bombs?
Oh, I'm just going to order one.
I thought your research was going to go. I thought we were going to market research implied there's going to be something more than you.
Well,
just
when I order one,
yeah, strike up a conversation.
How often are you serving these?
Yeah.
So I will do some market research for you and report back to.
It's good to know that you have to order one yourself and do it before you ask that question.
Well, it'd be awkward to be like, hey,
I'm backing you up.
I'll take a beer, but also, how many Jaeger bombs are you pouring? It's more like, are people still drinking these? I love them, you know.
With the relationship you have with this bar in question, I don't think it would be out of the ordinary for you to ask that.
I don't think it's out of the ordinary at any bar.
That was a shot.
It's just
by
me.
the way.
It's Will.
No,
he implied you're a bar fly.
No, he said he's not taking a shot. Let's go to break.
When we return, what's next? Are we talking to Justice, or are we getting Will's Mel Kiper breakdown?
Justice is going to be joining us soon. I cannot confirm it's going to be in the next 4 minutes, but we'll take him whenever we get him.
All right, that sounds good. If not, Will does his Mel Kiper impression describing prospects in a unique way you've never heard before. One or the other is coming up next. ESPN Wisconsin Draft Week.
We're back after this on ESPN Wisconsin Draft Week. The best source for every piece of NFL news you need to know.
I would just say that right now I think all options are on the table. I think that they went through that trade thing and they talked to teams, and it's not like those talks are shut down.
ESPN NFL insider Adam Schefter is on Jen, Gabe, and Chewy every Wednesday morning at 7:30. Sponsored by Island Resort and Casino, Tony Wendorf and Associates, and Smart 18 Union. On 94.5 ESPN, ESPN Milwaukee on YouTube, and the ESPN Wisconsin app.
Don't think twice. Call Geist.
Don't let a busted garage door get you down. Call my friends at Geist today. For 70 years, Geist has been the trusted garage door authority in Wisconsin. With brands like CHI and LiftMaster, they have doors for every budget and will even build custom designs to get your exact needs. For swift and reliable garage repair solutions, go to geistdoors.com. That's GEIS doors.com. You can also visit their amazing showroom in Brookfield, featuring hundreds of doors and openers and their custom design room.
Don't think twice. Call Geist.
You've already put in the work. Now there's a way to make it count towards your degree. At Lakeland University, your work and life experience can earn you college credit, helping you finish faster, saving time and money. With flexible evening and online classes, plus multiple start dates, Lakeland fits your life. Study 100% online at one of our 6 locations across Wisconsin or on our residential campus in Sheboygan County. Customize your degree to fit your life, your goals, your future, without missing the moments that matter, at work or at home. Your experience matters here. Lakeland University. Experience it your way.
It's Mike with Infinity Exteriors. I've seen it all, Wisconsin. Sketchy sales gimmicks for low-quality windows, siding that costs more than a new home, fly-by-night roofers. 60,000 happy customers made a better choice. Infinity Exteriors roofing, siding, and windows all come with our lifetime workmanship warranty, no overcharges, and transparent pricing. At Infinity Exteriors, we're on a mission to save our communities from unscrupulous contractors. Visit infinityexteriors.com.
1896, Horicon Bank first opened its doors. Wisconsin wasn't even 50 years old.
We've maintained our roots over the years and yet expanded.
We empower our people to invest in the community. We give them 40 hours of volunteer time.
We're doing it with a personal touch, with a desire to say yes to our customers.
You shouldn't have to work with a bank that sends their profits to New York City or Toronto. You can keep your money here and it benefits Wisconsin.
Horicon Bank, together doing good for 130 years. Member FDIC.
Do you know the secret to losing up to 1 pound of fat every day? At Milwaukee Weight Loss, we know the secret. Our doctor-developed, easy-to-follow weight loss program helps you lose weight fast, naturally and safely, and with no drugs or injections with risk of serious side effects, no prepackaged meals, bars, shakes, and no exercising required. Our program helps reset your metabolism so you can keep the weight off for good with a coach for ongoing support. Our program costs up to half as much and works up to twice as fast as most other programs. Go to MilwaukeeWeightLoss.com to schedule your free consultation.
Josh DiMaggio here for Milwaukee Weight Loss. I've been on this journey since January and have already lost 35 pounds. It's been easy, safe, and their team continued to help me reach my goals. Many patients lose 20 to 30 pounds in about a month or two. That's up to a pound per day. And for a limited time, get $200 off the spring special. Book your free consultation at MilwaukeeWeightLoss.com. That's MilwaukeeWeightLoss.com.
Results may vary. Feels like the world is a little broken lately. Maybe all we need is a fix. Most spirits are acidic. Fix Vodka is different. Fix Vodka is the world's first high alkaline, acid-free vodka. Handcrafted with natural spring water and select grain. Clean, smooth, done right. Better water, better vodka. Get your local fix.
Fix Vodka.
Enjoy responsibly.
This is ESPN Wisconsin Draft Week on ESPN Wisconsin and the ESPN Wisconsin app.
All right, little peek behind the curtain here on ESPN Wisconsin Draft Week. Alex Strouf, Josh DiMaggio, the incomparable Will Sommers running the show for us today. So last night, I was thinking, okay, I got done with day 2 coverage with Homer and Jason Wilde. And I was thinking, okay, what can we do on day 3? Because day 3 is long. It moves slow. The Packers are probably only going to have 2 picks in the 4 hours we're on the air. What should we do? And I simply texted to Josh and Will. I said, segment for tomorrow. Bring your favorite draft buzzwords like rangy, explosive, etc. I didn't get any thumbs ups. I didn't get a response. I just assumed they would follow my lead. Josh, did you follow my lead? Did you bring your favorite draft buzzwords?
Yeah, I feel like I've done the best of all of us thus far, providing the people with color and context. Words like twitchy, fluid hips.
Fluid hips is a good one.
Coach's kid, sneaky athletic.
So Will read that text last night and then about 20 minutes ago said, hey, aren't you going to ask me about my words? And read the following sentence to us.
He runs like a long-tailed cat in a room full of rocking chairs. I started doing words and then I got carried away.
Well, that's fine. I don't even care about the words anymore.
I got some good words, too.
Okay.
Josh hasn't said anything.
So I want you to fire out some football music. And I'm just going to name people on the Packers. And if you think you have one that applies to them, I want you to read it. So let's start with Micah Parsons.
Micah Parsons, this guy makes offensive linemen look like the north end of a southbound horse.
Like an ass?
Bingo.
Not bad. I like that one. How about Josh Jacobs?
Josh Jacobs.
No good one?
Oh, yeah. This kid's... Wait. Oh, here we go. Yeah. Josh Jacobs got it all. He's got so much character, he could talk the hind leg off a donkey.
Tucker Kraft.
Don't have one for Tucker Kraft.
Okay, how about Jordan Love?
Ask me about the Cardinals drafting Jeremiah Love.
Hey, Will, how do you feel about the Cardinals drafting Jeremiah Love?
I can't wrap my head around the Cardinals picking a running back before a quarterback. I mean, you can't hitch a mule behind the plow.
It's a lot of horse references.
Yeah,
horses and donkeys. And a lot of animals happening here.
Ask me about the Packers' recent pick.
How do you feel about the Packers' recent pick of the offensive lineman, Will?
You know, the Packers, they've been very successful drafting players, but you know what they say, the sun don't shine on the same dog's back every day.
I do say that.
Another animal one. Will, do you have any non-animal ones?
This kid's got it all, except he couldn't tackle water if he fell out of a boat. I'm concerned about him a little bit.
Valentine.
I'm concerned about his off-the-field attitude a little bit. Scouts have told me this kid couldn't pour water out of a boot with the instructions on the heel.
It's awfully wordy. I was thinking more things.
Yeah, I got like long-limbed, good intangibles, plus makeup, good head on his shoulders.
Sure.
I was thinking things
That's
like,
all I got.
You know, he's a tweener.
Yeah.
We don't know if he's a safety or an inside linebacker.
Hybrid back.
Yeah.
Good one that I wrote down was violent hands. He's got violent hands.
How do we want to handle this? Our good friend Justice Mosqueda is ready to join us. Do we want to take a break here, get to him on the other end, join now?
Let's bring him in.
All right.
Let's bring him in.
Prepared?
I recently heard that Justice Mosqueda has a high motor.
Yeah.
I heard he's very instinctive when it comes to all of his work over at Acme Packing Company.
Raw talent.
Oh, yeah. Super explosive on Twitter, at JUMOSQ. Those are the ways I would describe Justice Mosqueda from Acme Packing Company, who joins us now on ESPN Wisconsin Draft Week. I'm just going to give you the floor, Joshy. I know you guys want to gush about DDS together.
Yeah, Justice. I became aware of Dennis Sutton because of you and Tyler Brooks' podcast, I believe, and I have done nothing but watch his tape and get very excited about it. The Packers land him in the 4th pick. Go off. Tell us what makes you so excited about this pick as well.
Yeah, so, hopefully I'm coming out clear to you guys. I can't hear on
sounds
the other
great.
end, but Dennis Sutton was a guy that I would have considered at 52. Personally, I know a lot of people had him somewhere, fringe 2nd, 3rd round range is probably the most common where you saw him on draft boards. We ended up getting him at 120. These guys almost always work, folks. I mean, he's 6'6", he's around 260. He ran a 4.6 40, and he had a sub 7-second 3-cone. When you look at the history at the edge rusher position of guys who are like that, they almost always, sometimes these guys fall because the scouts don't see it, right? Like Danielle Hunter is a great example of this, of a guy who had all those measurables. And I know measurables are extremely overrated in general in the draft. The one position I will say that is not the case for is edge rusher, where your job is to bend around 300-pounders and get to the quarterback as fast as possible. That's a pretty physically intensive job. I'm really excited we got Dennis Sutton. You could throw out – I think if you go in like mock draftable or RAS, like some of the most comparable guys are like Javon Curse and like Robert Quinn and Danielle Hunter. And
pretty good company.
I'm just so happy that we got him here. I mean, he's a guy who got 8.5 sacks back-to-back seasons. I think it's something like 25 tackles for losses, which aren't included with the sacks, right? Those are TFLs in the run game. Over the last 2 years, I mean, he was a 5-star kid coming out of high school, multi-year starter at Penn State. It's not like we found this guy at Lackawanna Community College, right? I'm sure scouts went through Penn State. I'm shocked that he was there at 120. And, when the Packers had their scouts and they rolled him out for the press earlier today, they were like, yeah, we didn't think he was going to be here, but we'll take those.
If you had to guess, and I know you sort of talked about it there, how this happens, it's not unprecedented for guys with this sort of profile, athleticism, and production to fall in draft. If you had to guess, what was the reason he fell? I've seen some criticism of he plays a little high and doesn't necessarily he's more of a straight line guy. But when I watched it, I didn't feel like that would be that big of a concern watching the film of him I was able to find.
Yeah, I think one of the weird things is when you get a guy that big, it's really hard to conceptualize like the fact that he's bending. When you're comparing like a 6'6" guy to like a 6'2" guy, I don't think that you're necessarily realizing like, oh my God, like what he's doing is like actually pretty nuts, right? Like again, it's the Robert Quinn thing where you could probably watch a lot of Robert Quinn snaps and say like, oh man, he's playing high. And it's like, well, he's still getting around the edge because he's long as hell and he's athletic as hell. I mean, it's going to be interesting, especially early on in the season, right? I know Packers fans made a pretty big deal about the whole situation with Micah Parsons. If he starts on PUP, he's going to be out the first 4 weeks of the season. Who's going to start opposite of Lucas Van Ness? Are we just giving Baron Sorrell that job? Are we just assuming that Colin Oliver is going to take the next step? Are we going to give all those reps to Brenton Cox when he's really been a situational guy, never really been an every down guy for the Packers, and now we got another guy added to the mix. So I think LVN and Micah are going to be the starters October, moving forward, but that group is, usually highly rotated anyway.
Justice Mosqueda of Acme Packing Company joining us on ESPN Wisconsin's Draft Week. Draft coverage with you until 3 o'clock this afternoon. Justice, I do want to take a look at their second-round pick, the cornerback out of South Carolina, and Brandon Cece. It's a position we all knew the Packers needed to add to. Brian Gutekunst said earlier in the week they just need bodies in that room, and they address it with pick 52. Is that a guy you think could really crack the rotation and maybe even the starting lineup come week one? Is that a guy where they're looking at him and you think they're going to go, yeah, he's going to be a player for us early on?
Yeah, I mean, I think he's going to have to earn it. I think their, competition is going to be key for all of these rookies right now, just because there's not a lot of holes on the roster. I think it's going to be a competition between him, Carrington Valentine, and St. Juste. But I could see him winning that job. I mean, the deal that they gave St. Juste, and a lot of people when they signed that contract, we're like, the Packers got their quarterback. Well, if you look at that deal, he kind of got like a corner four, like special teams contributor money, and he's one of the most played defenders in the entire sport on special teams, and I don't think people realize that he really is like a special teams ace. As far as Cece goes, he's a little smaller than they like in terms of like build, like not necessarily length, but like in terms of girth, I guess. But as they mentioned over and over again, he's 20 years old, and they think that he's going to continue to grow and stuff. I actually think and I don't know if fans are going to want to hear this, I think he's pretty similar to like Keyshawn in terms of skill set. Like he's kind of man coverage corner. There's debates about whether he's the ball skills are good or not good. I know the Packers came out and said that they were fine with it and stuff like that. He's got some easy interceptions on film. His size isn't like he's a very willing tackler, right? Like he's a blitzer, he does all that stuff. I mean, Keyshawn's done that in the past too, but he's also a guy who's like, if he's outmatched from a physical standpoint and he's going against a 230-pound running back, he might just, explode a shoulder into that guy's ankle, right? And hope that thud is what gets him into the ground instead of, a wrap-up tackle. I thought it was a good pick. Personally, I thought the team probably should have traded back and gotten another swing just because I thought that there was a lot of value in that, like, third, fourth round range. But if they were going to stay there and make a pick, I think this was the one that made the most sense. I mean, I don't know if it's as slam dunk as the Matthew Golden pick last year, but pretty close to it. There was a point where I was really focusing on guys who were projected outside of the top, like 35, really, just because the Packers held 52, and historically those guys don't fall to 52 unless there's like a major injury, and the Packers aren't really the team that takes guys with major injuries. So there was actually at one point where Cece was ranked high enough that I wasn't even really considering scouting him, and then he starts, slowly
I think
falling down
Brugler
the
had him at
draft board.
25.
Yeah, I mean, there were times where probably pre-combine, he was probably like top 20, and then just other people, gained some steam down the stretch. Guys like Keelan Rutledge, who like snuck into the back end of the first round and stuff. So I wonder when they thought that this was actually a possibility, because for me, it was like the last month or so. But before then, I was like, no, he's just not going to be there at 52.
Let's move right down the line. The Packers traded up to pick 77 to take the defensive tackle Chris McClellan out of Missouri. What were your thoughts on him?
Yeah, so I had him graded as a fourth rounder. So, he went a little earlier than I expected. I had Dominic Orange better than him. I think the Packers' explanation when they actually got to the podium makes a lot of sense. They like the fact that he could play all three of those spots and that he could get after the quarterback. The other nose tackles in this class, you can't necessarily say that about. Like, I think Dominic Orange can get to the quarterback despite his production numbers. He played in a very weird scheme, and the Packers were actually one of 10 teams that went to his pro day, because he had his pro day that he didn't work out at, the combine that he didn't work out at, and then he had like an individual pro day, like I think a week or two before the draft, right? So this happened very late. And some teams were already doing, their meetings and stuff like that. Green Bay actually took the time to send a guy out there. I kind of thought that Orange was going to be the guy. It ends up being McClellan, and they talk about McClellan, he's by far, the highest guy on our board, and then Orange goes 2 picks behind him. So they must have really valued that versatility and the fact that McClellan can play 3 technique, or, 3-4 defensive end. You're going to be basically playing 3 technique anyway. I think they valued that a lot. And then, another nose tackle option, right, that you could have thrown out there would have been like Darrell Jackson Jr. He's true nose tackle, can't play 3 technique. He's going to give you nothing as a pass rusher. Like, he's just a run stopper. So I think they looked more for a versatile guy than anything, and McClellan definitely fit that mold. I think the only other guy really who could have played up and down the line would have been like DeMonte Capehart, who went in like the 5th round, or 4th round. I can't early 5th or late 4th, wherever it was. The kid out of Clemson, but he was kind of a different tier of player. So that's kind of how that thing worked out. It's going to be interesting to see how that plan works on game days, though. I mean, it's nice to say, hey, we want to be versatile and all this stuff, but then you start getting runs over and over and over and over and over, and you see you're juggling like, okay, we're playing Wyatt, we're playing Brinson, we're playing McClellan, we're playing Hargrave. Hope it's enough to get it done.
Certainly been an issue in past years as Justice Mosqueda is with us here on ESPN Wisconsin Draft Week. They go offensive line in round 5 just a couple of picks ago with Jagger Burton, who can play a little bit of guard and center, started at all 3 of those spots at Kentucky in college. Imagine this won't be the only time they address offensive line with a couple picks remaining, but what do you make of that one?
Yeah, so first of all, it's Jagger.
Whoa. So no Jagger bombs here. So we should not be doing Jagger bombs in celebration.
We should get him to change
that. You could do whatever you want. You're a free man. This is a free
That's a great point. That's a great point.
He goes Jagger. So I've heard a lot about him, in part because of the propaganda that has been pushed by my former boss, Eric Galco, who now runs the East-West Shrine Game. We worked together when we were with the XFL. Jagger was one of his darlings down there for the East-West Shrine Game this past offseason. And yeah, I mean, he kind of checks a lot of these Packers boxes. We don't have to get into the nitty-gritty, but like the Packers really like their guys to have good shuttle and cone numbers, the agility numbers. That's kind of been one of the staples for the Packers offensive line since Ted Thompson took over the team again, right? And he checks both of those boxes. Very athletic, had a sub 5 second 40-yard dash, which is pretty crazy for an offensive lineman. He's pretty well built, 6'4", 312, both at the combine and his pro day. And at your point, he started at guard for 3 years at Kentucky and moved to center his last year, this past season, and did well at all those spots. So it's going to be interesting to see what they think of their depth, right? Like they have Jacob Monk, who to me is center only, right? And who knows if he's going to end up making this team or not.
Yeah.
With this selection now. And then they also drafted the forgotten guy, John Williams, who plays all up and down the line, was a 7th round pick last year and was dealing with the medical issue. He came back to practice with the Packers, but then ended up reverting back just because they didn't want to open up the roster spot on the 53-man roster for him. So there's more competition at the interior offensive line than I think people gave it credit for, but I'm excited about Burton. By all accounts from the scouts that I've talked to, everyone says that he's a pretty bright guy. I've been poking around on the center market for a long time because as soon as Ellen Jenkins went down with that injury, my ears kind of went up and I was like, all right, it's time to start doing some work on the center class. So I've been, it's been months for me. And the 2 guys who keep coming up in terms of just like intelligence, like how they fit in a room, that type of thing. The like chemistry wise, locker room chemistry wise, the 2 guys were always Trey Zune and Burton, and we got Burton.
I like hearing that. Just real quick from Matt Schneidman, Jagger Burton, and he in parentheses says it's pronounced like Mick Jagger, nicknamed Moose because of his long legs and stride as a youth football running back.
It's not as good as Big Citrus.
No,
but
Moose is solid.
We'll take Moose. Justice,
have you seen the DDS stuff?
What's
Where
that?
They're calling them the dentist.
Yes, I have seen that.
Denied dentist on the dentist.
Yes. I like that one too. That's a good one. Justice, you famously say the draft ends after the 5th round, and that's where teams look at preferred UDFA options and kind of just do whatever to get guys in there. But if you had to pick, where do you think the Packers are looking to go with their remaining picks?
Oh man, they could use another corner to push Kamal Hadden at this point. I wouldn't rule out another offensive lineman just because, competition lower end on the roster. I did like a mock 53-man roster going into today at APC for listeners if they want to check that out. I think another roster spot that's open is probably backup quarterback. We'll see if they want to add more competition there. It's kind of hard to split out reps for 4 different quarterbacks, and they have 3 under contract right now. And, Ritter and McCord aren't nothing, I guess is the best way to put it. Like they're at least, guys you could keep in camp, right? So that'll be interesting. I think Nasir Stackhouse's roster spot at nose tackle could be something that's up for grabs if they want to push him. So, yeah, there's a bunch of different spots. I know some people have wanted a 4th tight end. I don't know if you guys watched it yesterday, folks. All the blocking tight ends went off the board.
Yep.
I think the NFL is pivoting strongly because of the kickoff. I think everyone is realizing our backup tight ends cannot be pass catchers. All of those guys have to be run blockers because all of them have to help us on special teams. So those guys went way higher than anyone expected.
Yeah, thanks to the Jaguars and Gladstone.
Yeah.
That
the
was
Borthurcher. And then it was one after another, man. It was one after another after that.
Yeah, I would, like a guy like Oscar Delp feels like the perfect spot to go with your second round pick, not the blocker.
There you have it.
Yeah,
Justice
it was
Mosqueda. AcmePackingCompany.com. I know it's a busy weekend for you, Justice, so we appreciate you giving us the insights and teaching Joshy who DDS is weeks ago because he's been on it for weeks and he looked like a genius, and that's thanks to you. So, Justice, appreciate you hanging out with us for a couple of minutes, man.
Of course. For you guys, anytime.
Appreciate
Have a nice
Justice.
weekend, folks.
AcmePackingCompany.com. He does terrific work over there and makes Josh smarter. He can make you smarter as well, and that's why we try to talk to him just about annually, it seems, on our draft coverage here on day 3. Packers don't pick for quite a while. We're at pick 167. They have pick 201. That is their next pick. Will they get it in before 3 o'clock when we wrap it up our coverage? It might be tight. They might get it in. They might not.
Yeah, we might have to make a decision. Do we just go with Tad Long? Do we end it? I don't know.
Will did not like the face. He did not make a good face.
You got big plans, Will?
Yeah, maybe I do.
You got a life. You're 23.
What'd you say?
Nothing.
More draft talk after this. ESPN Wisconsin Draft Week.
We're back after this on ESPN Wisconsin Draft Week.
Heading to Milwaukee's east side, make Veer North your first stop. Hey, it's ESPN Milwaukee's Alex Strouf. Here to tell you at Veer North you can catch the big game, hop on a shuttle to the stadium, or hang out for live music all summer long. Elevated food, craft drinks, and a packed event lineup. Veer North knows how to keep the energy going as the weather starts to warm up. Close to Fiserv Forum, Summerfest, and UWM. It's the perfect place to pregame, postgame, or just stay for the whole thing. Veer North, right where Milwaukee comes together.
Wisconsin weather doesn't ease you into spring, it keeps you guessing. One day it's sunshine, the next it's wind, rain, or even snow. That's why your windows and doors have to handle everything in every season. At Pella Windows and Doors of Wisconsin, we design with that in mind. Built for durability, efficiency, and year-round comfort. And right now, we're making that comfort easier to afford. Order today and get 0% interest until 2030. Not just for a short time, no interest all the way until 2030. So you can upgrade your home now and pay over time without even paying a dime in interest. From your free in-home consultation to expert installation, Pella's local team is with you every step, helping you find the right fit for your home, your style, and your budget. Plus, with our 10-year limited warranty, you'll have peace of mind long after installation day. No interest until 2030. But only if you order by April 30th. Set your free in-home consultation today at PellaWI.com.
Certain restrictions apply. It's 4/30/2026.
It all started with a small storefront and a big promise. Treat every customer just like family. For decades, local families have trusted Sendix to provide the freshest food, the warmest smiles, and a place where community comes first. From generation to generation, we have grown together. Because Sendix is more than just a grocery store. It's home. Thank you for allowing us to serve you for the past 100 years. Here's to the next 100 years. Sendix, your trusted local grocer.
We are the home for all your Brewers coverage. 94.5 ESPN, WKTI, and WKTI HD Milwaukee. A locally owned Good Karma brand station. The clock is ticking. Front offices are scrambling. Fans are pacing. And every pick, it changes everything.
With the 78th pick, with the 45th pick, the 26th pick, in the 2023, in the 2020, and the 2024 NFL Draft.
The Green Bay Packers.
The Green Bay Packers.
The Green Bay Packers. The Green Bay Packers.
Select.
Jordan Love.
Tucker Kraft.
Edgerrin Cooper. Linebacker. Quarterback.
Tight end, South Dakota State.
This is ESPN Wisconsin Draft Coverage.
With the 52nd pick, with the 77th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Green Bay Packers select Brandon Cece, Chris McClellan, defensive back, defensive tackle, South Carolina, Missouri.
Now broadcasting live from the Gruber Law Office's One Call That's All studio at the Avenue in downtown Milwaukee. Here's Alex Strouf and Josh DiMaggio.
Oh, yeah. 2 o'clock hour with you until 3 o'clock, ESPN Wisconsin Draft Week. Mr. Relevant Crew with you. If you're joining us for the very first time or you're joining us for the 300th time, we appreciate you spending your Saturday with us. We do this show 3 times a week, every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, beginning at 12:30 Central, ESPN Milwaukee, ESPN Madison on YouTube, and, of course, wherever you get your podcasts. It's a luxury for us on this Saturday to be with you on the radio side as well on ESPN Milwaukee and ESPN Madison. We appreciate you spending your Saturday with us. I'm Alex Strouf. He's Josh DiMaggio. Will Sommers is masterfully running the show for us as he does 3 times every week. The Packers have made some moves in the last 2 days. Cornerback, defensive tackle, edge rusher, offensive lineman, interior offensive lineman, really. Jagger, not Jagger, Jagger Moose Burton is their 5th-round pick at center. He's listed as a center, but played offensive guard in college as well. Can play all over the interior of the line. And we've talked about it many times, Joshy. The Packers love their versatile linemen. Yep. Jagger Burton fits the bill on that one.
Yeah, I just can't. I don't recall a Packers draft where I felt like the Packers nailed all the positions of need. Same. Almost in order of preference. Now, you could flip-flop defensive tackle and edge because, as Justice told us, a lot of people had him as a second-rounder or early third-rounder. The Packers ended up giving him in the 4th in DDS. And then that offensive line position where we thought there was certainly some help that could be had there. Right now, it's been a home run for Goody, and we can't give it a grade. Because
hold on. Let's do that real quick. Draft grades after the draft are the dumbest thing in our business.
I understand why they exist.
Unless your team is first or gets an A.
Yeah. I understand the use of it because it's basically that person's personal opinion on the player and did that team fill their needs. And right now, in terms of filling needs, the Packers have an absolute A+.
Correct.
And that, to me, is the most exciting part. I don't want to write the story on who any of these players will be, besides DDS being a future Pro Bowler, which I've already locked into my mind and will be disappointed if it's anything less. But everything else, they're all exactly what there hasn't been a pick yet that made me go, huh.
No, agreed.
The most one would be the last one, but that's just on how people ranked him. But we're in the end half of the 5th round.
Go get the guy you like.
Right. Yes. This is. I trust the Packers implicitly when it comes to drafting offensive linemen. Strangely, I trust them more drafting them in the 3rd, 4th, and 5th round than I do in the 1st. That's no slight to Brian Bulaga, who was a great Green Bay Packer. Yep. But there's been some 1st-round offensive linemen that have made you scratch your head. And that, to me, is I have all the confidence in the world. I think the Packers have not done the thing that always frustrates us of who the heck is this guy and why is he being taken so much earlier than everybody has him ranked? That type of thing, like the biggest reach so far might be the 5th-round pick and a half a round early on McClellan that they took in the 3rd round, which is fine. Their justification for it, the one Brian Gutekunst gave that Justice just told us, makes all the sense in the world. Do they need a true nose tackle? That, to me, will be interesting if they end up going there. Because right now, they're finding all these hybrids. And is it going to be Stackhouse, or is it going to be a guy they end up picking up here with the final 3 picks?
Big Mike and the Pittsburgh Steelers, Mike McCarthy, has just selected tight end Riley Nowakowski from Indiana. Local kid, played with the Badgers, won a national championship this past year. But Riley Nowakowski, pick 169.
What the hell are we doing having Michael Keaton announce a 5th-round pick? That seems like top 3-round celebrity list.
I saw that, and I was thinking to myself, is that Michael Keaton in the 5th round?
Isn't that's crazy?
Well,
he's like 2nd-round material.
But you got to keep in mind, it's the draft in Pittsburgh.
Right.
But you got to keep people engaged.
Michael Keaton in Green Bay, a 5th round would be disrespectful.
Agreed.
Who are the previous
I was going to say, who else has announced Steelers picks? I would imagine Steelers players. Did Terry Bradshaw get a pick?
Will, I need you to look at who has announced the previous picks, and we got to determine, did Michael Keaton suffer vast disrespect by being the 5th-round pick at 2 in the afternoon on Saturday?
You got it, boss.
3 Eastern. And Riley Nowakowski, by the way, who just went there, was announced by Michael Keaton. Marquette University High School alum here in the Milwaukee area.
Oh, really?
So good for him. That's awesome. Wish it would have worked out better at Wisconsin, but he went and won a natty and was 2nd team All Big Ten and is now a draft pick to the Pittsburgh Steelers. So it worked out okay for him.
Yeah, it seems like the guys who left Wisconsin have made the right decisions for their future in the NFL.
Yeah.
So we got Joey Porter Sr. and his son. I think they did one together.
An active player.
That one makes a ton of sense.
Former wide receiver John Stallworth and running back Jerome Bettis.
That one makes
that
sense.
are listed.
The bus.
Stallworth was the second-round pick. The Porters were one of the team's third-round selections together on the same day, and I don't know which one Jerome Bettis was. But
I'm unfamiliar with Stallworth, like how he's thought of in Pittsburgh.
Well, Michael Keaton is Batman, right?
Yes.
Yeah, and doesn't The Dark Knight take place in a city that's modeled after Pittsburgh?
Yes.
Because when they
famously Hines Ward is on the field as the field. You're lost, huh? You didn't see what was probably one of the most famous movies of the 2000s.
Well, I saw The Dark Knight.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've seen that.
And inside The Dark Knight, there's a very big plot line where they're inside the Pittsburgh Steelers stadium, and there's an explosion and the field collapses around the Hines Ward, who's in the end zone.
I guess I don't remember the Hines Ward portion, but I remember the rest of that.
It's one of the most famous athlete cameos.
Type in Hines Ward Batman and look at the image because it's a very famous one.
Okay, give me 1 second. Hines Ward Batman.
I think we need to do a Mr. Irrelevant podcast only feed where I teach Strouf about movies.
Yeah, this is.
Oh, there's even Oh, I've seen this.
And there's memes about it.
I got to be honest, I guess I just didn't realize that was Hines Ward.
What do you mean?
There's action figures of this?
Hines Ward is very recognizable.
Yeah,
He's wearing 86, which is his number.
Yeah, dead giveaway.
Yeah, should have been.
All signs pointing to it being Hines Ward. Correct.
I believe they even show his face to some degree.
They show Ben Roethlisberger.
Does he have a line?
Ben Roethlisberger's
He might
in
have
it.
a line. I think he looks up into the sky and is like, "What the hell?" or something like that.
That wouldn't be sure. That to me is one of the
hand up. Haven't seen that movie in a long time.
Either have I. But it's one of the most famous movies of the past 20 years.
How did we get here?
Because they just selected
It's
their
like
pick.
a famous meme too,
Yes,
of him running
correct.
away.
Michael Keaton was the pick. He was formerly Batman, which brought us to The Dark Knight, in a Batman that didn't feature Michael Keaton, but still had a connection there.
Okay.
Yeah,
I'm going to say Michael Keaton, 3rd to 4th round value with what the Steelers are bringing.
But Michael Keaton wasn't the Batman in that film.
Right, but it's easy to make the logical leap because one Batman to another Batman is a very obvious connection, seen as it's in Pittsburgh.
I haven't enjoyed this conversation, so I've decided we're going to go to commercial now.
Because you're a moron.
Yeah.
See, now that
respectfully.
was unnecessary.
I said respectfully.
I didn't.
More after this, ESPN Wisconsin Draft Week.
We're back after this on ESPN Wisconsin Draft Week. All day, every day. The Cardless talk and text line is open for you.
We're not trying to get from A to B. We're trying to get from A to SB, as in the Super Bowl.
800-990-3776. The Cardless talk and text line. This is more.
Students learn best when they can put their knowledge into action. JA's Stock Market Challenge teaches high school students how to analyze stocks and how current events impact value. Thanks to RSM, our partner that makes this program possible. It's just one of many ways JA brings learning to life. To learn more, visit wisconsin.ja.org.
Screaming Sicilian, more is amore. Screaming Sicilian, more is amore. Amore, pepperoni, amore, mozzarella, amore. Screaming Sicilian, screaming Sicilian, more.
Screamin' Sicilian frozen pizza. More toppings, more flavor. More is amore.
Homer here with Mike Bruner of Window Nation. How do you want to start about what you think people need to know about Window Nation that you know?
Well, I think one of the biggest things is they need to understand that we're not just a window company. I mean, we handle the install, every other aspect of that. If there's any follow-up service, you're going to have a sales rep or my number on the agreement where you can reach out and get things done very easily. Not that there is much follow-up service, but we're going to come in, kind of walk you through the process start to finish and get the job done right. We have some special ways of installing. Think about push-button cars 20 years ago, there was maybe one or two manufacturers that did it. Now everybody does it, and we are so ahead of the curve in how to properly install the windows. There's something that you're not going to see with every company out there.
With Window Nation's The More You Buy, The More You Save sale, you could save up to 50% off. Plus, you could get 0 interest for 5 years. Window Nation, proud partner of the Milwaukee Brewers.
I'm Coach Greg Gard, and I've spent my career teaching young men the fundamentals of basketball. Preparation, hard work, teamwork. But here's what else I've learned. Those fundamentals don't apply just to the court. They apply to life, and they apply to your finances. That's why I believe in Bank CMG. They're a community bank built on the same values, helping people prepare for the future, building wealth one smart decision at a time, and staying rooted right here in Wisconsin. Success doesn't happen by accident. It takes a game plan, it takes discipline, and it takes a partner who understands your goals. Whether you're saving for your family, buying a home, or planning for retirement, Bank CMG has your back. They're not just here to handle your money, they're here to help you grow it. Visit bankcmg.com or stop by your local branch. Let's get to work.
Bank CMG is an equal housing lender. Member FDIC.
When you work smart, incredible things can happen. By joining Smart 18, the union for Wisconsin sheet metal workers, you'll open the door to a brighter future. You'll learn and earn more. Enjoy awesome benefits across the board. Build a great career and feel empowered and supported every step of the way. The smartest career decision you'll ever make starts with Smart 18. Find out more today at smart18info.com.
ESPN Wisconsin's Gabe Neitzel here for Events by Design. If you're planning an annual meeting, leadership summit, product launch, or trade show, you already know the pressure is on. Events by Design takes those high-stake moments and turns them into immersive experiences that energize your audience and elevate your brand. They handle everything: designing, planning, production, ensuring your event is executed seamlessly. No stress, no scrambling, just a memorable experience that delivers. Get started today. Just search online. Events by Design. They design, you party.
You're listening to ESPN Wisconsin Draft Week on ESPN Wisconsin and the ESPN Wisconsin app.
ESPN Wisconsin Draft Week continues with you for about another half an hour here on ESPN Wisconsin. Alex Strouf, Josh DiMaggio, Will Sommers. Appreciate you spending your Saturday with us. I guess I don't remember. So I went to the third day of the draft last year in Green Bay. I was up in Green Bay the full week, but obviously hosted the shows on Thursday and Friday, so I was unable to actually attend the draft those days. I attended Saturday. I guess I didn't realize it takes this long on day 3. I figured it'd kind of fly.
I mean, there's a lot of picks coming off the board here.
No, I know, but I figured it would have been like 3 minutes per pick tops.
No.
Is it still 5 like yesterday?
You're just not a draft grinder like me.
Well, here's my point on day 3. Like, Packers have 5 picks today, I think it is. And we're 3.5 hours in. They've made 2 of them.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. This is sort of what we anticipated.
Yeah, I guess I just maybe haven't watched the draft.
About half of the draft
day as much
still remains by the time we're set to go off air.
I think this is the best day of the draft.
What makes you say that?
Because my glorious king, Max Duggan, got drafted on this day.
Mm-hmm.
Why is Max Duggan your glorious king?
I don't know.
And why was that the first player you thought of?
Because I have his jersey and I was contemplating wearing it today to celebrate day 3 of the draft.
You should have. What about a good move by you?
I think there was a big stain on it.
Okay, so that's now the second jersey you've brought up today, because you and I are going to the Brewers game together tonight. And you mentioned off the air to me, you put on your Brewers jersey to wear here, because we'll probably go bar hopping a little bit before we go to the game. You mentioned that there is a giant mustard stain on the Brewers jersey you're going to wear. Hold on. And then you said, but Strouf, I don't remember the last time I ate mustard.
No, there was just a lot of mustard spread out. It wasn't one big stain. It was kind of like splotted all over.
I think that's worse.
Yeah, I know it is worse. I don't know where it came from because I remember the last time I wore it, and I don't think I ate any mustard.
I just want to say, this is apropos of nothing. The idea of doing a 4-hour radio program with you guys and then hanging out you after sounds like an absolute nightmare.
That's fine.
That's like...
Why do you think you weren't invited?
You guys got like 12 hours that you're going to lock in today. That's too much. Too much. Too much.
Well, hold on. Let me give you a.
So you wouldn't come to the Brewers game?
No, hell no.
Let me give you a wild concept, Joshy. Maybe we enjoy spending time together.
There's a limit to everything. Too much of a good thing. We've all heard of it.
I don't think so.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I will just say this.
So what about like a bachelor party when you're with somebody for like 3 days straight?
What you need to do is you find yourself moments of escape. Maybe in the morning before everyone gets up, you wake up a little early, go to a coffee shop, do a little decompressing.
Can I just say
get
what
back
everybody's
together?
thinking?
Maybe you wander off on your own at some point, get a little me time, little decompression.
You're a miserable human being.
Crazy. No, this is how you maintain. This is how you maintain your happiness.
You don't like hanging out with the
and
boys?
Your peace. I love hanging out with the boys. I'll be hanging out with the boys for 3 days, but I'm going to need a couple hours here and there. I've never been on a vacation or a trip where I wasn't ready to come home at the end.
I do that all the time.
Yeah.
I'm so sad when I have to come home.
My most recent vacation, I was ready to come home.
Yeah.
But that was a 7.5 day vacation.
I think maybe the only one I wasn't ready was all-inclusive resort.
Correct.
Because that's like, it's fake life.
It's fake life. You're eating food for free. You're drinking for free. You're partying.
Right. The hotel's super nice. You're in a pool. There's
probably an ocean nearby.
That's the only time where I'm like, we should have extended our stay. But other than that, it's like, I got to get out of here.
I hear you.
I'm the opposite.
So you are not going to be attending the Brewers game?
No.
Just to confirm.
No.
Okay.
Beer after the show?
Nah. I gotta save up for bachelor party. You know, the NFL draft's happening, guys.
Have we revealed the location of said bachelor party?
Yeah, the most un-me place. But let me tell you, I'm gonna have a good time.
Oh, Nashville's fun. If you make it fun.
I went to Nashville once and I had a great time. It's just not typically a place I would go.
I've been to Nashville twice. It is very busy.
Yes.
They've had the NFL draft in Nashville, right?
I have to imagine.
I imagine
they
that
very
is a
recently didn't they?
Was it the year before the Packers?
No, I think that was Detroit.
It was like super recent. I feel
Kansas City was recently.
Because it happened like as Nashville had like that big like started to become popular to go and have like vacations and bachelor parties and such.
I think Nashville's been popular for a while.
Yeah, it's really peaked.
It's yeah. Like all the like college formals, that's where you go. You go to Nashville.
All right, let's run through it. So they started moving around in 2017. They went to Philadelphia.
Are we going to talk to Jason again?
2018. Hopefully, I'm going to shoot him a text in a moment. Philadelphia 2017, Arlington, Texas in 2018, Nashville in 19, right before the pandemic. Obviously, 2020 was in Roger Goodell's basement.
I was going to say, in everybody's home. That was a good draft, to be honest.
It was a great draft.
We got a lot of cool stuff from that. We got Cliff Kingsbury in his palatial estate alone looking at the TV.
Vrabel's like children dressing up in football jerseys.
Bill
Belichick's dog.
Yeah.
Since the pandemic, Cleveland.
Wolf.
Paradise, that's Nevada. At the Bellagio. Kansas City, Detroit.
Yeah.
Green Bay.
Las Vegas.
This year's Pittsburgh. Next year's Washington, D.C. Let's bring it back to Green Bay.
That policy said as much. The hope is to get there. I mean, they've only been to like 12 locations. So I got to imagine they've got to wait their turn.
Yeah.
But, I think it went well. Draft is great.
So basically, you don't want to spend any more time with us after this?
No.
Is what we're
4 hours, just enough.
The hope is Jason Wilde joins us next because Josh is sick of us, and I'm getting sick of him real fast.
Either one of us in particular, or just both?
Well, I think we all know. You know, they say you have no one has favorite children. Homer will argue that. I play favorites too.
Who's your favorite?
I think you can figure it out.
I knew I was your favorite. Thanks for saying that, Josh. More ESPN Wisconsin Draft Week right after this.
We're back after this on ESPN Wisconsin Draft Week.
3 people, 3 different kinds of joint pain, 1 decision to do something about it. The solution? Not surgery. It was QC Kinetics regenerative treatments.
I wanted to use my own body to hopefully regenerate and get rid of that pain. So it's been 3 months and my back is significantly better.
The pain in my knees was pretty severe, so I came here, and even after the first treatment, I noticed an incredible difference. If you have pain in any part of your body, this is the place to go.
I couldn't go to the gym anymore, and I couldn't play with my grandkids. That's why I made the decision to come here to QC Kinetics, and it was the best decision
decision that I ever made for my own health. This works. Don't do surgery.
Finally, relief for 3 real patients. Lives transformed through QC Kinetics non-surgical treatments. Your story could be next. Call for your free consultation today.
Call QC Kinetics 414-240-2298. That's 414-240-2298. 414-240-2298.
I'm very familiar with Gruber Law offices because they're always out in the community.
Gruber Law offices are known to be honest, hardworking.
They're always involved in our neighborhoods.
Gruber Law offices make our community a better place.
They are the best. For nearly 40 years, Gruber Law offices has helped people throughout Wisconsin. If you're injured, we're here to help. One call, that's all.
Wisconsin would not be the same without Gruber Law offices.
Mark Tauscher here, and if you know me, you know I love Wisconsin. That's why I'm a UW Credit Union member. Their team's been all about Wisconsin since 1931, and they love making banking easy for members. Whether it's with their convenient mobile app or with the great perks like early payday to get you paid sooner. Stop by any of their local branches or visit uwcu.org to join and become a UW Credit Union member like I did. Federally insured by NCUA. Terms and conditions apply.
Life's better with American Family Insurance because we know you love working weekends. If it means working on your dream home, both inside and out. And we're here to help protect those dreams so you can enjoy peace of mind. Save up to 40% when you bundle home and auto. American Family Insurance. Get a quote and find an agent at amfam.com.
Products, pricing, and availability vary based on the way you purchase insurance and by state. Some exclusions apply. American Family Mutual Insurance Company, SI, and its operating companies, 6000 American Parkway, Madison, Wisconsin.
We have standards in Wisconsin. Cheese should squeak. Sports and tailgating go hand in hand with brats aplenty. And beef is a delicacy where each bite makes you close your eyes for a second. For 50 years, Bunzel's has been hand-selecting the finest beef, making homemade specialty sausages, and crafting award-winning jerky right here at home. Because Wisconsin is still cattle country, quality isn't optional. It's expected. And after 5 decades, Bunzel's still delivers. Stop in today at 90th and Burleigh or at bunzels.com.
Hail damage? Siding Unlimited is here to help. We are not the storm chasers. That's important. Siding Unlimited doesn't chase storms. However, if the storm comes into our area like it just did, we're always available to help. Why is that important? Storm chasers skip town, leaving you with a roof with 0 warranty. Siding Unlimited uses a roofing system that will get you a 50-year warranty on parts, pieces, and workmanship. Siding Unlimited will be there if you have a call down the road. Siding Unlimited is your local family partner on this project. We're here for you. Siding Unlimited. New roofing, siding, windows, and doors. Call Siding Unlimited or visit sidingunlimited.com today.
Feels like the world is a little broken lately. Maybe all we need is a fix. Most spirits are acidic. Fix Vodka is different. Fix Vodka is the world's first high-alkaline, acid-free vodka. Handcrafted with natural spring water and select grain. Clean, smooth, done right. Better water, better vodka. Get your local Fix.
Fix Vodka.
Enjoy responsibly.
This is ESPN Wisconsin Draft Week on ESPN Wisconsin and the ESPN Wisconsin app.
All right, we are through to the delirious Josh is singing instrumental portion of the program. 2:36 in the afternoon with you for about another 25 minutes. Here at ESPN Wisconsin Draft Week, the Mr. Relevant crew with you, Alex Strouf, Josh DiMaggio, Will Sommers. Joining us once again from Lambeau Field is our buddy Jason Wilde after the Packers select a center nicknamed Moose. I like that. Hi, Jason.
Hi, Alex. How are you?
Life is good, buddy. How are you?
I'm great, thanks. Thanks for inviting me back. What a joy.
Thanks for joining us once again. What do you make of the Packers? What round was that? The 5th round selection of the center, Jagger.
You guys are getting a little punchy, aren't you?
Uh-huh.
You're getting a little punchy.
Jagger Burton out of Kentucky can play guard, can play center. Just proves the Packers love their versatile linemen, don't they?
Yeah, but what did we talk about the last time I joined you? You know, what was next on the to-do list?
Mm-hmm.
And now you've got that guy who can play all 3 interior offensive line positions. So again, the Goody and the Pips are doing a great job up there of addressing the needs that he kind of claimed they didn't have, right? Oh, I really like our depth. I really like our team. Well, you still get to take, at this point, 7 guys, and 5 of them so far have fit things that we all agreed were need positions. So, do they take a tight end or a running back next would be my question, because those are the 2 things on our to-do list that we have not checked off yet. But again, they, some and I want to talk to Goody about this when we get him later. Like, I used to love Ted Thompson when he would say, "That's just the way it worked out." Yeah, he even said that when he drafted Clay Matthews, who he traded up to select. So I can't imagine that that's just the way it worked out, that you checked off every box that you had so far. So I'm eager to see what he has to say when we're done here. But I was impressed with moves like Jagger. Again, it's funny because you go back to my first draft, 30 years ago, and then now, like, I see this through the prism of a parent and reading about how, Jagger really struggled with the expectations of being a 5-star recruit who decided to stay home and play at Kentucky, and how he leaned on his parents. I would hope that all of us, you guys, when you become parents, and, Paula and I, since that's where we are, both our girls have had trouble at different points in their sporting careers, and to see, him be vulnerable enough to acknowledge that, and then, credit them with kind of helping them through that adversity. It's funny to think about how much that kind of influences my thought process, because the girls would tell you that I talk about adversity all the time, and it's incredibly obnoxious. But this guy's now going to be playing in the NFL. And I think we've all had moments, not as athletes but as people, where you don't know exactly how you're going to come out on the other side of it. And now here he is, getting his NFL opportunity in a place that has an incredible track record of 4th and 5th round picks becoming really good football players on the offensive line.
Jason, what are your biggest questions that you're going to have for Goody? I know we talked about was the DDS, the one they were trading up for, but there's been a lot to happen today. And just with the way things have seemingly gone, and I don't know if it's exactly the way the Packers would have hoped, but certainly us here, as we've said, they've basically knocked off every position we want.
Wait, am I supposed to refer to him as DDS, like a dentist?
Yes.
Is that what a dentist?
That is his nickname.
That's what's after him. A dentist is Alex Strouf, DDS.
Yes.
Well, let me flip that around on you two first, since you're not here. I'm happy to take requests, much like your local radio station. You don't necessarily play them, but what would your requests be?
First and foremost was DDS the guy you were looking to get when you tried to get up into the 3rd? Second would be the decision to trade up for McClellan, and sort of just the not having the amount of picks, this being the least amount. Was there a change in philosophy? Is it just not as many good players? Does it have something to do with next year having 11 picks? I think that's interesting, because I anticipated fully, even with the draft going this way, for them to try and acquire more, and that hasn't happened.
Yeah, so I am curious, because, and Homer latched onto this yesterday. And thank you, Homer, for your service, for hosting the show with me yesterday and then with Strouf. I know I don't know if you drove him crazy or I did or Cece did. I don't know what exactly happened, but I was expecting to talk to you one more time yesterday. But, he made this point, and I think he was right about it. I don't know who his guy is, but this is not the greatest, deepest draft. There are certain places that are really good and really deep, but I think it's a good point, Joshy, that maybe this wasn't a draft that you wanted 11 picks in, right? Because just because you have them doesn't mean you feel great about everyone. Now, I would revert to what Ted always said, which was there is a good player at every single time we're on the clock. It's our job to pick the right one. And sometimes, obviously, he did, and sometimes he didn't. Same with Goody, maybe a few more times that he didn't pick the good player that might have been there. I think of Jay Sternberger over Terry McLaurin and Josh Myers over Creed Humphrey. Like, those are tough when the really good player goes the very next pick.
Yes.
So he was there. But yeah, those are good questions. I am curious too, like, of course he's supposed to say that he feels really good about the depth. But, I mean, he literally checked off all the boxes so far of the places where even three schmoes like us can look and say, okay, you're not deep enough here, right? And so I do think that that's interesting as well, that he has managed, and the other part of it, to go back to your point about whether you were going to trade up for Dennis Sutton, the fact that at least on his board, which it is not the gospel, just because he had him on the Packers board one way, other teams had it potentially the other way. But the fact that you were picking in the third round and you still had a guy that you considered in the second round, and then the fact that you got in the fourth round a guy that a lot of people saw as a low second, very early third pick, what is that, is that good fortune? Is that good preparation? What is that? Because that's if those picks turn out to be as valuable in terms of expectation versus where you got them, then you've done a pretty damn good job today.
Yeah, I agree. And we will see what's to come. A couple of selections left for the Green Bay Packers. Ran 2 picks in round number 7. The one thing I'd be curious about Jason is he thinking about, and maybe I don't even know if this is the time to ask it, but when he's making these selections, is he thinking about competition at training camp? Specifically, offensive line, defensive line, cornerback, the positions we've seen him address. Is he thinking, all right, I do want to see Cece compete for a starting role in training camp?
I would certainly think so. I mean, one of the things that Milt Hendrickson talked about yesterday after they took Cece and then McClellan too, was that they've elevated the competition, right? Like Goody made a comment, I think we've got a hard team to make. And of course, it goes without saying that making an NFL roster is really hard.
Mm-hmm.
But there are some rosters that are easier to make than others, right? And certainly there have been some Packers rosters that have been easier to make than others. So, no, I think it's all about competition, and I'm super curious to see exactly how that plays out as well.
Jason, is there any position with the Packers knocking off their needs the way they have through the first 5 rounds here? Is there any position that would make you scratch your head at this point? Because I'm sort of just like, whatever you get done through the rest of the draft, you're feeling pretty confident about what you've done.
Yeah, you guys, I can see with your eyes looking at the televisions. I'm curious. I don't have it on in here. I've got my door closed to talk to you guys. Like, who's still left at quarterback? Is there someone that's worthy of a 6th or 7th round flyer? Maybe, right?
Well, Garrett Nussmeier's still sitting there. And I mean, we'll see how far he falls, but at ESPN, he's the 87th overall quarterback, 87th overall player, 3rd quarterback. Talon Green from Arkansas there. We've seen him mocked to Green Bay. That's probably...
Isn't the kid from NDSU another one that's been mocked to them, Cole Payton?
Yeah, Cole Payton, yeah, he's still there. So plenty of quarterback options there. Luke Altmaier from Illinois, Baron Morton from Texas
Diego
Tech.
Pavia. I don't think they'd go that direction. That doesn't seem like a personality fit.
Yeah, Kyron Drones is way down there. He's not going to get drafted, but I know they brought him in on a top 30 visit, so maybe that's somebody they bring in as a UDFA. But Jason, your point was more about getting drafted, as Cole Payton just got drafted by the Eagles, right as you say that.
All right.
So I'll be curious, because I don't think they should use a pick on a quarterback. I made that clear before. That doesn't mean that I'm right about that. But again, 6th and 7th. Yeah, look, Matt Hasselbeck was a 6th round pick, and he was a 3-time Pro Bowler who took his team to a Super Bowl that, quite frankly, they got hosed on by the officials, and they should have won against Pittsburgh. A lot of times those 6th round picks kind of are what they are, right? At the same time, in 2008, the Packers drafted Brian Brohm in the 2nd round and Matt Flynn in the 7th round, and Matt Flynn was the guy that actually played in the NFL for a while. So I don't I don't think I would scratch my head at that pick. I just don't think that would be valuable. I would think a 7th round or 6th round flyer on a wide receiver or a tight end. But to our point about wanting to check off boxes, one of my many annoying qualities is I'm really particular about completeness. And so like I was Paul and Sid like the show Will Trent, which is one of my favorite shows. Well, those are based on a book series. So I was thinking about for Mother's Day, because God knows Paul is not going to watch this. I was thinking about getting her the Will Trent, one of them. And of course, the way my brain works is, well, maybe I should get all 12, right? So now I'm looking at the draft going, all right, we got to check off the running back box and we got to check off the tight end box. And then we will be 7 for 7 on the positions we talked about going into the draft that they need to get. And with only 7 picks, like with no margin for error of a flyer on a wide receiver. I mean, to me, that would be like filling up the bingo card with the first, like the caller calls out all 7 numbers and you have all 7 in a row. So that's kind of where my head is at going into the 6th and the 7th round picks for them.
Jason, you are the best, man. We appreciate you jumping on all 3 days of our ESPN Wisconsin draft coverage. And we will talk to you again tomorrow, bright and early at 10:30 on Sunday Karma. Thanks, buddy.
Thanks for the heads up on that program being on. Do we have a occasionally Wildy scheduled too that we can tease for people? Do we need to do that at some point?
Yeah, let's do that this Thursday. Let's record this Thursday the occasional off-season Wildy, where we break down everything that went on in the draft as we get ready for a full roster coming to mandatory OTAs next month.
Yeah, I wasn't asking for you to schedule it. I just want to make sure you're open for it. So I'll have to check my schedule on Thursday, see if I'm available.
All right, I'll talk to you tomorrow on Sunday Karma at 12:30. I'll talk to you 8 a.m. on Thursday for occasional Wildy.
All right, boys. Take care. Be good.
The great Jason Wildy. Hear him each and every weekday from 9 to noon with the Packers Hall of Famer and Super Bowl champion Mark Tauscher on Wildy and Tausch, and across every single one of our shows. I do not believe there's a show he does not appear on ESPN Wisconsin's network of shows. So appreciate his time, as always. We will give our final thoughts as the draft continues here on day 3, the final day of the 2026 NFL Draft, as we wrap up ESPN Wisconsin Draft Week right after this.
We're back after this on ESPN Wisconsin Draft Week.
Right now, more than 100,000 children waiting in foster care need our help. The Dave Thomas Foundation for Adoption is focused on finding them safe, permanent homes. Learn more at davethomasfoundation.org.
All day, every day. The Cardless Talk and Text line is open for you.
We're not trying to get from A to B. We're trying to get from A to SB, as in the Super Bowl.
800-990-3776. The Cardless Talk and Text line. This is more.
Spring has arrived in the Geneva Lakes region, and there is no better place to welcome the season than the award-winning Lake Lawn Resort. Enjoy lakeside dining at 1878 on the lake, golf for all ages and abilities at Majestic Oaks, relaxing spa experiences at the award-winning Calidora Spa, and endless recreation opportunities along the resort's 2 miles of shoreline on beautiful Delavan Lake. Plan your spring getaway today at lakelawnresort.com and come find out for yourself why everything is better at the lake.
$2.3 million. A recent Schwab survey of Americans says that it takes $2.3 million to be wealthy. Well, you may have had your financial plan set on a bigger or a more humble number. But if you're looking for added insights on how to get there or how to avoid some tax pitfalls on the way, Annex Wealth Management is ready to listen. Mark Tauscher here, and whether your situation is complex or simple, the Annex Wealth Management team can give you wealth expertise and guidance on reaching your goals. Annex Wealth Management. Know the difference.
You've always been competitive at work, in the gym, even with your kids. But lately you feel off. Workouts take longer to recover from. Your drive just isn't there. You know, it might not be your age. It could be low testosterone. At Mentality, we'll get to the bottom of what's really going on and build a personalized plan using testosterone replacement and peptide therapies to help restore your energy, focus, and drive. Get back the energy to being dad again. Book your appointment with Mentality at lowtusa.com. Again, that's lowtusa.com.
Homer here for Window Nation. Spring is a great time to open your windows and, wait, your windows won't open? They leak or crack or need repairing? Again? During Window Nation's The More You Buy, The More You Save sale, you could save up to 50% off, plus you could get 0 interest for 5 years. And as a proud partner of the Milwaukee Brewers, ask how you could score a pair of Brewers tickets. During uncertain times, one of the best investments you can make is your home. Visit windownation.com now to book a consultation.
Buying a new roof might not be the most exciting thing you'll do this year, but for us at Big Fish Contracting, being chosen to do that roof for you not only provides income for multiple families in southeastern Wisconsin, but has a global reach and impact around the world. To us, it's more than just a roof. We've been earning trust for over 2 decades, roofing, siding, windows, and more. Go to bigfishcontracting.com to learn how Big Fish is renovating homes and redeeming an industry.
It all started with a small storefront and a big promise. Treat every customer just like family. For decades, local families have trusted Sendix to provide the freshest food, the warmest smiles, and a place where community comes first. From generation to generation, we have grown together. Because Sendix is more than just a grocery store. It's home. Thank you for allowing us to serve you for the past 100 years. Here's to the next 100 years. Sendix, your trusted local grocer.
People hear Horicon Bank and they think local instantaneously.
Over the years, was able to help them in their later years when they needed some care. So I would say that was cradle to grave experience for me.
We encounter precious moments like this all the time. We have a trust administration department that can help.
Our motto is together as a bank and as an organization, and then doing good.
There's amazing success stories of small business entrepreneurs who now are multi-million-dollar companies.
Horicon Bank, together doing good for 130 years. Member FDIC.
You're listening to ESPN Wisconsin Draft Week on ESPN Wisconsin and the ESPN Wisconsin app.
Oh, what a blast this weekend has been on ESPN Wisconsin Draft nights, brunches, days, and week. As thrilled as I am about a cornerback in round 1, a defensive tackle in round 2, an edge rusher in round 3, and an offensive guard/center in round 5, rather. 2, 3, 4, and 5. I think that's what I said. I think that the moment of the draft is this. When the Packers drafted Denai Dennis Sutton, the Ireland School Institute of Music and Song announced the pick, and they had 6 harps in the background that played the NFL draft sound. So for those of you that have listened to our draft coverage, you know the normal draft sound, and it sounds like this. And the harp sound was pretty damn good. I mean, it was pretty close. How long?
Are you guys tired of the draft chime yet?
No, I'm never tired. I think it's one of the great sounds of sport.
Yeah, you could just play that.
It just lit me up when I played it right there.
Like I think the draft sound is better than One Shining Moment in March Madness, which I love, by the way.
One Shining Moment sucks. I'll say it. I don't give a rip.
Is it the video package or the song?
Both. I don't care.
You know what it is? It's how much Darren Ravel talks about it. That's really soured me on it.
I don't follow Darren Ravel.
It's the most overrated, I think, of all of like the sounds and the songs.
That's probably fair.
Like the Masters, the Masters song, I think that might be 1-1 for me.
That's a good take. But I love the draft chime. And I think I love it more than I did 24 hours ago, thanks to the Irish School of Music and Song. What a moment. And what a moment, Josh getting his guy in the 4th round. Denied Dennis Sutton, the edge rusher out of Penn State. Josh has been saying he wanted the Packers to draft him in the 2nd round. They got him in the 4th.
Draft.
Do you think more girls would talk to me if I knew how to play the harp?
Probably guitar.
I'm not going to answer that question.
Okay. All right. Way to end on a bang here,
I was just
folks.
wondering.
Do you believe more girls would talk to you if you played the harp? You'd just be hired to play at weddings, which is taking women.
I just thought it'd be cool to play the harp.
I'm a little bit confused because right now on the NFL broadcast, NFL's International Pathway Program Class of 2026, Sadao Traore from Mississippi State, a tight end. He's at the draft. This is like is this the Baron Sorrell moment of last year?
I would imagine it's something similar.
But the issue is, this is Miami's pick, not Pittsburgh's. Baron Sorrell's pick was the Green Bay Packers.
It's part of the NFL's International Pathway Program Class of 2026.
I just said that, Will.
Yep.
You were asking why, and it says why on the screen.
I just think this is a guy they had a pretty good idea was going to be drafted. They said, what a cool moment. We could have this guy come out, get him to experience the draft, and there he is, draped.
Odd way to end the show, but thanks to Jason Wilde, thanks to Justin Mosqueda, thanks to Will, thanks to Josh. I'm Alex Strouf. Thanks for hanging out with us all week, and we'll talk to you tomorrow on Sunday Karma.
An epic Brewers Pirates series is coming April 24th through the 26th. Kick it off with Star Wars Night on Friday the 24th. And check out a post-game laser show presented by ESPN Milwaukee. Then on Saturday the 25th, get a Brewers Windbreaker giveaway courtesy of Quartz. Wrap up the series with Family Sunday fun and kids cheer free. Plus, the first 5,000 kids take home an Abner Uribe poster. Grab a seat at Brewers.com.
Hi, this is Mike from Infinity Exteriors. Most contractors cut corners